2026 as Olympian Day. In New Orleans, our high schools are far more than buildings. They are a part of the fabric of our city. They shape our neighborhoods, our families, our traditions, and our culture. Sarah T. Reed High School, established in 1988 and named for pioneer and educator Sarah Tiles Reed, became a cornerstone of New Orleans East and a source of pride for generations of Olympians. I know we have a lot of members of our unions here today, and Sarah T. Reed was responsible for founding the first teachers union in the city of New Orleans. She advocated for women and educators of color, particularly black educators. We intended to recognize Olympian Day last week, but due to tropical storm, last week's council meeting had to be rescheduled. Still, this special recognition is no less important. I want to thank the executive board for being here today and for fighting to preserve not just a school legacy, but a part of New Orleans culture. We are also proud to acknowledge two Sarah T. Reed graduates in public service. Orleans City Council Clerk of Court, Aisha Collier, and my Chief of Staff, Justin McCorkle, are both proud Olympians. A special thank you to Stacy Martin and Collegiate Academies for carrying forth the legacy of this school. We are looking forward to this year's Battle of the East between Abramson and Sarah T. Reed. I know it's going to be bigger and better than ever before. Won't tell y'all who I'm rooting for, but I'll be there. Let me just say, though, as a Ron Eagle, I have great admiration for Sarah T. Reed. And I graduated from 1331 Kellerick Street, and now McDonough 35 is located in a different building. But the legacy, the level of excellence, the culture of high expectations, it doesn't matter what building you're in. And I'm just so proud that the legacy of Sarah T. Reed will continue. So congratulations. We have some proclamations for you all. If you have a spokesperson that wants to say a couple quick words, we certainly welcome that.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Gregory Lee, the president of the Alumni Association, and we are very honored to be here. And we're very proud after a very, very strong alumni weekend last weekend, despite the rain. Hundreds of alums who have never been on campus in years showed up. And we saw social media, the Sarah T. Reed family showed up. And we're very excited that we're moving on, continuing our legacy. We'd like to thank you for recognizing our work.
Thank you. And look, I'm going to say this as I'm an extreme introvert. People don't know that about me. But I had the opportunity to come to Alumni Weekend on Saturday. It was one of the most epic celebrations that I've ever been a part of. And my Chief of Staff was shocked. I actually did not want to leave. I had such a great time. So thank you all. Congratulations. We have some proclamations for you. We're going to do a quick picture. And thank you all so much for being here.
Thank you.
Stay right there. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Please take your seats. We're going to get started. Thank you very much.
All right, you ready?
Madam Clerk, you can start.
Roll call. Council President Morrell.
Here.
Vice President Willett. Councilmember McCarron.
Here.
Councilmember Harris. Here. Councilmember King. Councilmember Green. Councilmember Hughes.
Here.
We have 5 members. We have a quorum.
Thank you. First, we're going to begin with the invocation by Apostle Lionel Roberts. Everyone, please stand. Thank you.
I said we all bow. Father God, we come, as always, Lord, in the holy and righteous name of Christ Jesus. And Father God, we come with thanksgiving on our lips. First and foremost, we thank you for this day. For truly this is the day that you made, and we're going to rejoice and be glad in it. We thank you, Father God, for all your many blessings. We thank you for mercy. We thank you for loving kindness. We thank you for favor. Father God, we thank you for grace. And Father, we lift you up. We magnify, we glorify, we exalt, we extol your name. We acknowledge, O God, that it's you and you alone that's truly worthy of all the praise. For you are the King of kings and Lord of lords. You're Alpha and Omega, the first, the last, the beginning, the end, and everything in between. You're our creator and our sustainer. You're the controller and conqueror of the entire universe. All power is in your hand, O God. You speak, men live. You speak, we lay down and die. You and you alone have the authority to open doors that no man can shut and shut doors that no man can open. Simply put, oh God, you are the great I am. Whoever and whatever we need you to be, that's who and what you are. And so, Father, we just pray now, Lord, for our great city. Father God, we lift up to you now our mayor. We pray, Father God, for our city council and all of our leaders, Lord God. And Father, we just pray right now in the name of Christ Jesus that you would grace them with the wisdom, knowledge, discernment, and understanding that it takes to make the proper decisions on behalf of the people of the city of New Orleans. And Father, we ask, Lord, in the name of Christ Jesus, like never before, Father God, that peace will reign supreme in this city. Father God, we stay back the hand of the enemy, Satan and every enemy, every demon, every spirit of confusion, distraction, doubt, or fear, any spirit, oh God, that would try to come up against the move of you. We rebuke those spirits now in the name of Christ Jesus. And Father God, once again, we loose love, joy, and peace. And Father God, we loose, Father God, victory on behalf of the city of New Orleans. This is our prayer. We pray this prayer in Christ Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you very much. Next, we will have the invocation from Councilmember McCarron. Sorry, the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. If everyone please take their seats so we can get started. Madam Clerk, you can begin whenever you're ready.
On page 34,
Good seeing you. How are you? Oh, good to see you again. Thank you again.
on page 34, item 34, we have motion M26-265 by Councilmember Morrell, ratifying the rescheduling of the regular meeting originally scheduled for Thursday, June 18, 2026 to Wednesday, June 24, 2026. And in doing so, the council hereby suspends Council Rule 1 to allow the rescheduled meeting to be held on a day that is not a Thursday. Councilmember Morrell.
Thank you. I will move. Can I get a second? Second by Councilmember, God, I'm having bleed. Councilmember Harris. All in favor, say aye. We have 5 yeas, no nays. It is adopted.
On page 23, item 3, we have a legislative grouping, zoning docket 3026, Octavia L'Oreal LLC, requesting a zoning change from an HURD2 Historic Urban Two-Family Residential District to an HUB1A Historic Urban Neighborhood Business District, and a conditional use to permit a standard restaurant in the HUB1A Use Restriction Overlay District on squares 187, lots 1, 2, and 3 in the 6th Municipal District, bounded by Octavia Street, Laurel Street, Constant Street, and Jefferson Avenue. Municipal address 5433 Laurel Street and 509. Okay, I thought we were doing it in that order. Okay. All right. Okay, consent agenda. We have a communication from Aaron Spears. This may be received. We have a communication from Amy B. Trepanier. This may be received. We have a communication from Elizabeth Holman. This may be received. We have a communication from Vanessa Chantola. This may be received. We have a communication from Hannah E. Rowe. This may be received. We have a communication from Carla Turnage. This may be received. Hearing date 7/9/26. We have a communication from Jeffrey Swartz. This may be received. We have a communication from Eugenie DeBeasy. This may be received. Hearing date 7/9/26. We have a communication from Granville M. Sims III. This may be received. Hearing date 7/9/26, 510 Ray Street. We have a communication from Granville M. Sims III, 1510 Religious Street. This may be received. Hearing date 7/9/26. We have a communication from Tracy D. Madison. This may be received. We have a communication from Anthony T. Davis. This may be received and referred to the Community Development Committee. We have a communication from Jenny Maines. This may be received and referred to the Community Development Committee. We have a communication from Stephen Nelson. This may be received. We have a report of Matthew Seagrove. This may be received. We have a report of Caitlin Temrick. This may be received. We have a report of Randy Heyman. This may be received. We have a report of Cassandra B. Robert. This may be received. We have a report of Kaya Howard. This may be received. We have a report of Jennifer Vegno. This may be received. We have a report of Elisa Rambo. This may be received. We have a report of Yvette Jett. This may be received. We have a report of Yvette Jett. This may be received. We have a report of Robert D. Rivers. This may be received. Hearing date 7/9/26. We have a report of Yvette Jett. This may be received. We have a report of Yvette Jett. This may be received. We have a report of Yvette Jett. This may be received. We have a report of Lene Crowley. This may be received. We have ordinance calendar 35,447 by Councilmember Morrell. Councilmember Hughes is co-sponsoring and will be added to this ordinance. The Governmental Affairs Committee recommended approval. We have ordinance calendar 35,449 by Councilmember King, zoning docket 3426. We have ordinance calendar 35,457 by Council Members Harris, Morrell, Willard, and McCarron by request. Fiscal note received. Budget Audit Board of Review Committee recommended approval. We have ordinance calendar 35,458 by Council Members Harris, Morrell, Willard, and McCarron by request. Fiscal note was received. Budget Audit Board of Review Committee recommended approval. We have ordinance calendar 35,459 by Council Members Harris, Morrell, Willard, and McCarron by request. Fiscal note received. Budget Audit Board of Review Committee recommended approval. We have ordinance calendar 35,460 by Council Members Harris, Morrell, Willard, and McCarron by request. Fiscal note was received. Budget Audit Board of Review Committee recommended approval. We have ordinance calendar 35,461 by Council Members Harris, Morrell, Willard, and McCarron by request. Fiscal note was received. Budget Audit Board of Review Committee recommended approval. We have ordinance calendar 35,462 by council members Harris, Morrell, Willett, and McCarron by request. Fiscal notice received. Budget Audit Board of Review Committee recommended approval. We have ordinance calendar 35,463 by council members Harris, Morrell, Willett, and McCarron by request. Fiscal notice received. Budget Audit Board of Review Committee recommended approval. We have ordinance calendar 35,464 by council members Harris, Morrell, Willett, and McCarron by request. Fiscal notice received. Budget Audit Board of Review Committee recommended approval. We have ordinance calendar 35,465 by council members Harris, Morrell, Willett, and McCarron by request. Fiscal notice received. Budget Audit Board of Review Committee recommended approval. We have ordinance calendar 35,466 by council members Harris, Morrell, Willett, and McCarron by request. Fiscal note received. Budget Audit Board of Review Committee recommended approval. We have ordinance calendar 35,467 by council member Harris by request. Fiscal notes received. Budget Audit Board of Review Committee recommended approval. We have ordinance calendar 35,468 by council members Harris, Morrell, Willett, and McCarron by request. Fiscal note was received. Budget Audit Board of Review Committee recommended approval. We have ordinance calendar 35,469 by Councilmember Morrell. Fiscal note was received. Budget Audit Board of Review Committee recommended approval. We have ordinance calendar 35,470 by Councilmember Morrell. Fiscal note was received. Budget Audit Board of Review Committee recommended approval. We have motion M26-241 by Councilmembers Willett, Morrell, McCarron, Harris, King, Green, and Hughes. Community Development Committee recommended approval. We have motion M26-243 by Councilmember King by request. Question that was received, Governmental Affairs Committee recommended approval. We have motion M26-244 by Councilmember King by request. Question that was received, Governmental Affairs Committee recommended approval. We have motion M26-245 by Councilmember Hughes by request. Question that was received, Governmental Affairs Committee recommended approval. We have motion M26-246 by Councilmember Green by request. Question that was received, Governmental Affairs Committee recommended approval. We have motion M26-247 by Councilmember McCarron by request. Question that was received, Governmental Affairs Committee recommended approval. We have motion M26-248 by Councilmember King by request. Question that was received, Governmental Affairs Committee recommended approval. We have motion M26-249 by Councilmember Harris by request. Question that was received, Governmental Affairs Committee recommended approval. We have motion M26-250 by Councilmember Harris by request. We have motion M26-260 by Council Members Morrell, McCarron, Harris, and Green by request. Governmental Affairs Committee recommended approval. We have motion M26-261 by Council Members Morrell, McCarron, Harris, and Green by request. The Governmental Affairs Committee recommended approval. This is all matters on consent agenda.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I don't have any cards up here. Are there any cards on any item on the consent agenda?
All right, we're taking it out.
Okay. Are there any cards on any items on the consent agenda? Because I have no cards in front of me. No. Okay. On the consent agenda?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, please fill out a card after you speak.
It's in there.
They don't have it. Just
It's in the plastic slot right there that no one wants to take.
well, someone needs to go clear that out and find out what items are on the agenda. Thank you. Go ahead, Bruce.
Thank you very much. Bruce Riley, vote. I wanted to speak about the drone report that's on the consent agenda, which obviously I believe there's supposed to be one from 24 and 25. I think this one was from 25. When you look at it, and you can see that they are actually saying that they did, where's the number? 916 flights. Well, of those 916 flights, only 100, I'm sorry, I don't have my notes with me, it's in another bag, but I hope you'll take a look and see that about 75% of the flights are not being logged at all. So later on in this agenda, you're going to be being asked to, or even proposing to put more money into this program when they're not logging the flights. So we already know that nobody gets held accountable when they violate their own policies. We know this from the facial recognition technology issue. And so if no one's going to be held accountable for when they're admitting that they're not following the policy, how are we going to put more money into that policy? And so it's really, it's depressing in a way that it doesn't seem like that much work, to be honest. I think we had heard previously that it's a handwritten situation and, you know, like whatever. I don't know what the deal is, but clearly you got to clean this up. Please look at the drone report. If you haven't checked it out, check it out. Please ask the right people about it, because I think this is very, very important as we slip and slide into this massive surveillance state, Philip K. Dick novel. Like, if you thought that it's coming, we're already there. So don't be scared of like what's coming. Like, look at what's reality already here. So those are my comments on that. I also put in a card on the encampments.
What I'll do is, members, I'm going to give Mr. Rowley 1 more minute to talk about the other item. Typically, just for the audience's edification, when you have multiple cards, we typically make you do it within that entire 2-minute period. You weren't aware of that, so I will move to give Mr. Rowley an additional minute. Second by Councilmember Hughes. So you had another item you want to speak on. I think it was item 20 on page 8. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. So on the encampment cleanups, I think obviously this is a very important thing and fully in support of that. I just wanted to point out for people that I've heard that we're already making arrests under HB 211, and you can check in with the DA about whether he's like receiving those charges or not. But to remind y'all, if someone is arrested by the state police or maybe even the harbor police, those charges are going to go to the Attorney General, not to DA Jason Williams. And so they can do other things with that. They can clog up our jails behind that. I don't know whether or not in those arrests they're complying with the law where they're supposed to hold on to your stuff for 30 days. Again, I do think that maybe this council can come up with some type of mandatory reporting ordinance that if someone is arrested under this, we can get more information, because there are a host of law enforcement entities who could make this arrest. Obviously, the pressure is going to be hardest on the 8th District and the French Quarter to not or do make the arrest, and I want us to please be proactive because...
Thank you, Mr. Rowley. Next up, we have Kim Broad. Page 16, item number 45.
Good morning. My name is Kim Bro, 6617 Momus Avenue. I'm speaking on behalf of my mother, Beryl Jones, an elderly homeowner who has spent 50 years maintaining her Lower Algiers home and contributing to her neighborhood. I'm here in support of item 45, motion M26-241, and the Fortified NOLA Roof Gap Funding Program. Programs like Fortified NOLA are not just helpful, but they are necessary. Even with support from the Louisiana Fortified Homes Program, many seniors like my mother are still left with costs they simply cannot afford on fixed incomes. Without this gap funding, the purpose of the Fortified Roof remains out of reach for many of the very residents who are most vulnerable to storms and rising insurance premiums. For elderly homeowners, a fortified roof can mean fewer repairs, lower insurance costs, and greater peace of mind during hurricane season. Fortified NOLA is also a smart investment for the city. Strengthening roofs now reduces future disaster recovery costs, helps preserve long-standing communities, and supports housing stability in neighborhoods that are already under pressure. I respectfully urge the council to approve the motion and would like to say thank you for this important step to help our city.
Thank you. Next up, we have, and I'm really going to massacre this name, we have Ziki Wiki. If I'm missaying your name, please correct me when you come up. You are speaking on the drone report on page 6. I probably was nowhere near pronouncing that name correctly, so. Okay, thank you.
Okay, we're gonna start with the pronunciation. My name is Nziki Wilts. I was named that because my mother thought I would grow up and become the wisest grandchild. And hopefully you think I'm wise too, because I'm having some issues with the drone. I put in 2 cards. The first issue was the drones, right? It just didn't sit well with me, wanting to express that it doesn't look like the administration is working on behalf of the people. Here my shirt say people first, because we believe in supporting communities. We have enough surveillance going on around this town. We don't need any more surveillance. Those drones are supposed to be in the district, like around the French Quarters and whatnot. And not long after, I'm gonna look up and see those same drones in my backyard and in my neighbor's backyard. So I think we need to reconsider those drones. Let's just think about this, because we don't trust that those drones is to protect those in the French Quarters. Those drones is to watch our people. We don't need no more folks going to jail. That jail is overcrowded enough. It's to capacity. So let's try to keep this city safe by just doing the policing, because no more people should be in that jail, and that's what it's going to lead up to. I also would like to speak on the Omni Hotel, if that's...
It's not up yet, so.
Oh, I can't wait.
Okay.
When it get up, when that happens, if you can, try to call me first. I got a lot of community work that I need to be working on, but I want to share my thoughts on that, because that's not right either.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
With that, the board is clear on the consent agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, before we get to the consent agenda, I just want to be aware, as you know, we encourage everyone to be here and say their piece on all items. The rules of decorum are on the wall outside. Just want to make sure everybody's aware of them. I will move to approve the consent agenda, seconded by Council Member Hughes. Look, where is the? All right, we're gonna do voice vote. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, it is passed. Next item, Madam Clerk.
At the top of the page 22, regular agenda, item 1, we have a legislative group in zoning docket 2426, Ernest M. Morial, New Orleans Exhibition Hall Authority, requesting a text amendment to Article 18 of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance to establish a new overlay district called the Convention Center Hotel Overlay District, affecting the areas generally bounded by Convention Center Boulevard, Andrew Higgins Drive, South Peter Street, and the Mississippi River Heritage Park. The overlay district will create new regulations affecting the permitted land uses, allowable building heights, floor area radiation, limits, design standards, bicycle parking requirements, loading space requirements, curb cut allowance, signage restrictions, and exterior lighting requirements. The interior of the square is 12-824A25 in a portion of the public street situated in the first municipal district, generally bounded by Convention Center Boulevard, Andrew Higgins Drive, South Peter Street, and the Mississippi River Heritage Park. Municipal address is 1000 South Peter Street, 1001 Convention Center Boulevard, 1040 South Peter Street, John Churchill Chase Street between South Peter Street and the Convention Center Boulevard. The recommendation of the City Planning Commission being for approval. We have motion M26-255 by Councilmember Harris, approving the applicant's request for zoning docket 2426, subject to 2 modifications.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Before we get started, I just want to lay some ground rules. This is what we're going to do. We're going to take public comment first after we hear from CPC, then council comments, and then apparently we are going to recess this, go to an economic development district meeting at the Convention Center, which I invite you all to attend, to consider a pilot that has been authored by Council President Morrell and Council Vice President Willard. So that is the order of business. We will then reconvene here after that 3:30 meeting. So it's going to be a long day for everyone here. With that, I want to set the stage on procedure and start with a question to our attorney. Ms. Spears, Ms. Becknell, please discuss what is in front of us today.
The matter that we are voting on today on the agenda is Motion number 26-255. It would be approving the applicant's request for zoning docket number 24/26, subject to 2 modifications. The zoning docket request is for a new overlay district that would create new regulations affecting the permitted land use.
What we're considering today is what? A motion, correct?
That's correct.
And what is the difference between a motion and an ordinance?
A motion directs the law department to draft an ordinance.
There's time between this motion and this ordinance to do other considerations about this project, correct?
That's correct. This motion, if approved, would request that the law department draft an ordinance, which would have to be introduced on first reads. It would have to lie over and be adopted at a regular meeting of the council after 21 days of lying over.
So timing-wise, we're looking at July or August for consideration of that ordinance.
That's correct.
All right, so procedurally, we're here on a motion, not the ordinance. I just want to set the stage for that. Will you please present your report?
Yes, thank you, Council Member. This is, as noted, a proposal for a zoning overlay to affect the area bounded by Convention Center Boulevard, Andrew Higgins, John Churchill Chase Street, and Seth Peters Street, which is adjacent to the Mississippi River Heritage Park and opposite the Convention Center. The legislation is intended to create an overlay zoning district to facilitate the development of the site with a 1,000-room, 27-story hotel. Hotels are generally permissible in the zoning district through the conditional use process, but the existing zoning limits the scale that can be achieved to a height of 75 to 125 feet of height. The district also includes several design requirements related to street-level transparency, driveways, lighting, signage that are not practical for a full square development of this size. The overlay is responding to that and would replace the existing base district regulations with a series of regulations that allow greater scale, limited by floor area ratio rather than height, and would alter design requirements to make more sense given the footprint. So this was brought to the City Planning Commission. The City Planning Commission is required by charter to make a recommendation on all zoning ordinances. In evaluating the proposal, the staff looked to the master plan foremost, as well as the height context within the central business district. On the first point regarding the master plan provides that the scale of new development in this portion of the CBD should be appropriate given the context. We found that because of the site's location on the periphery of the central business district adjacent to the convention center and between clusters of high-rises on Poydras and then the anticipated cluster of high-rise buildings at the River District, those factors weighed in favor of allowing additional height at this location. We also looked at the scale of new developments both in the immediate vicinity and elsewhere in the central business district, and found that the precedent those developments established put a height range of 200 to 250 feet as consistent with that precedent. And then on the other issues aside from height, the fact that this is a full-scale hotel makes it a situation where the normal design regulations, which sort of assume a smaller, narrower building, don't make sense. And so it's really a matter of customizing the content of those regulations to the size of the site. So the Planning Commission staff brought this to the Commission with an approval recommendation with height limitation of 250. The Commission, when considering this, looked to another factor, which is the economic development impact. And the Commission finds the hotel to be necessary for economic development purposes, citing the need for additional hotel rooms and convention spaces adjacent to the convention center. And so the City Planning Commission accepted the staff's recommendation, but allowing the height at the floor area ratio limit of 12, which would allow the development as designed. So this is before you with an approval recommendation from City Planning.
And just to be clear, this is the CPC considered a land use matter, which is before us today.
That is correct.
And you also considered the park, which is coming before us later in this meeting, and preserving Mississippi Heritage Park. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. While that is not part of the overlay district, it certainly, because of its adjacency to the hotel, is important to its design. And so that definitely informed the consideration of this item.
And because we're having public comment now, I just want to get that park situation out there. I know we're considering it later on the agenda, and you'll be back to talk about the preservation of that park.
Sure, yes.
We have a lot of cards today. There's typically a 30-minute time for public comments. I will adhere to that unless I hear a motion from my colleagues to extend that time period for public comment. Once you get up here, please state your name, your address, and whether or not you are paid to be here. Can I get 30 minutes on the clock? And you each have 2 minutes for public comment.
Madam Chair, how many cards do we have?
A stack.
Okay, well, I don't mean to upset anybody, but I'm going to move that we extend public comment for 1 hour.
Second.
All in favor? All in favor? Aye. All right, so we will extend public comment for an hour. Hopefully we can get through these cards in an hour. The first person is Mary Hano at South Peter Street.
Thank you, Councilwoman. It's Mary Arno, 1107 South Peters, and I was not paid. I just want to say that we have a beautiful, charming, quirky city. It has soul. We love it. And part of the reason it has soul is because there are neighborhoods all around this city where people live. And that's what people come to see. That's what tourists come to see. I know the convention center wants to put a big hotel there, and maybe it will make us more like Atlanta and Las Vegas. I hope not. But if it does, if it would do that, why can't they put it at the end by Mardi Gras World? They own the land there already. It would support the hotel. It would still be by the convention center, and it wouldn't infringe on this historic district. Thank you.
Thank you. James Curry, followed by Donna Marshall.
Hello, my name is James Curry. I live at 1107 South Peters, and I'm not paid. The reason I moved to this neighborhood 40 years ago was because it was a neighborhood where you could go and walk to get anything you want to eat, drink, or just go to a show. And now you want to turn it into a commercial zone where the street in front of my building will be nothing but traffic 24/7. And that's South Peters Street. And you'll have your turn later. But this neighborhood has had a great run up. When I started here, it was still dangerous to walk down the street on the sidewalks. So you had to walk in the street for safety. And I've lived in this neighborhood 40 years. And so I'd just like to continue it being a neighborhood. And like Ms. Arno said, there are other alternatives. I gave one to the Convention Center Board. They didn't like it. It cost. They've changed their plans. And it was to make the rooms above the Convention Center over the river. Make it a unique hotel nowhere else in the world. They shot that down. And by the way, she's right about you have parking on the end down there. They have a tram that runs every day inside the convention center to the French Quarter, which anybody get on, and the hotel could give a free pass to each one of their members who are staying there. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Donna Marshall, followed by Windsor Cavalier.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Donna Marshall. I live at 1107 South Peters as well, but I am here today on behalf of the Warehouse District Neighborhood Association because Troy Depuis cannot be here. Troy has submitted a letter, and I know that other neighbors have submitted letters as well. We just want to reiterate our concerns. Obviously,
Ma'am, could you bring the mic towards your face? We can't hear you.
Sure, I'm so sorry. I am not paid to be here. I am, excuse me. I'm here on behalf of our Warehouse Neighborhood Association, and we just want to reiterate our concerns. We are grateful for the hotel working with us, the convention center, and of course, I would like to salute Ms. Harris for assisting us with the park. I did not know that that was a later item today, so I'll try to be here for that because I did not submit a card for that. However, I may just stick it in at the end. I'm on behalf of Troy. I would like to say that our biggest concerns are water usage. When there's a cruise ship in town, our water pressure is down. We are concerned about trying to put this very large 1,000-room hotel in that teeny-weeny little triangle previously owned by Mr. Cummings. We do agree that we would prefer to see it in the area where a zoning ordinance would not have to be changed, which would be either, we of course suggested Hall A, or in the new River District, because they could build numerous streets and access there. Our concerns are we're losing John Churchill Chase. We're concerned about safety issues. I ride my bike to work, and we already lost 2 lanes of traffic on Convention Center, and our access, ride shares are not supposed to be using Triangle Street, which they do use to get people to music venue in that area. We're concerned about safety issues, and again, we're not against the hotel. We're just concerned about a 1,000-room hotel in that square, or a triangle, that's the size of a football field. Thank you.
Thank you, Donna. Windsor Cavalier, followed by Mike Robert Shaw. Are you speaking?
Yeah. Do I start?
What is your name?
Okay. My name is Windsor Cavalier. I live at 2132 Marabou Avenue. I am not being paid to make this comment, and I'm fully against the zoning changes. We deserve to know more about the tax breaks Omni might get before we say yes to the zoning changes. Louisiana frequently gives out tax exemptions to big companies like Omni Hotels, and it almost never turns out well. Giving Omni Hotels a tax break affects all of us, so we should know if we plan to give them that before we say yes to anything. I'm almost certain that this deal could make the budget crisis even more severe. I'm a student in the public education system, and I've noticed that the schools I've been to have been heavily underfunded and understaffed. The first 2 I went to actually closed down when I was 6. In 2025, the school board had to spend almost all of its emergency funds just to keep some schools open. City Council should show us the full picture, including the tax plan, before approving this project. Saying yes to this sets a dangerous precedent of saying yes to corporations before knowing the long-term consequences. Are we really willing to bend over back for Omni Hotels so they can profit off of our city? Thank you.
Mike, try to top that, followed by Bunny White.
Hello? I'm so sorry that I have to follow that. My name is Mike Robertshaw. I am a resident of District C, 2009 St. Claude Avenue. I am not paid to get here. In fact, I'm losing money like many of these working people who have to take time off their jobs to be here today. I'm also a union nurse with NNOC and NNU, a member of Together New Orleans through both our union and First Grace United Methodist. I'm here to strongly encourage you to vote against any tax incentives or zoning change for the construction of the Omni Hotel, most especially without guarantees that the hotel will be built with prevailing wage jobs or staff with union labor. I do not have to remind you that New Orleans is losing its population faster than any other municipality in this country right now because people are sick and tired of a city that does not function. Our water system is garbage. Our electrical system is garbage. Our schools, now I'm shaking so much I can't read my writing. Our schools are grossly lacking and profoundly inequitable. Our roads are garbage, and by the way, filled with actual literal garbage from end to end. Our health system squeezes money out of our citizens without actually improving our health. We have a massive unhoused population, which, by the way, is not the fault of the unhoused. It is the fault of a failed system. I walk to Crescent Park nearly every day since it was opened in 2015, and I routinely have to walk over, like this morning, a human turd that's on the stairs of the Elysian Field steps. That park used to be a gem and now is an embarrassment. It is nuts. And this list of our civic failures goes on and on and on. Fun fact, we can actually do better. I believe we can build a city that's worthy of the citizens that call New Orleans home. That cannot become a reality if we continue to subscribe to nearly 50 years of failed economic policy known as Reaganomics. Pumping a bunch of resources to people who need it the least and hoping beyond all evidence that it will somehow raise all ships. The Omni Hotel is nothing more than that, more of the same failed economic...
That's your time. Bunny White, followed by Kendall B.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Bunny White, and no, I'm not getting paid at all. I'm here to ask you to vote no on the Omni zoning amendment. I want to get real about this zoning change. Might impact New Orleans. It's a real struggle to survive in this city with the climbing cost of living, especially if you have a service job, for which I do. Housing in New Orleans is becoming unaffordable with the wages and benefits paid by a lot of these hotel jobs. Rents are up 27% since 2019. A huge hotel like this has the potential to increase the need for affordable housing that just isn't here. Housekeepers in New Orleans are making $14.31 an hour, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics. The MIT living wage calculator says someone would have to be making $20.29 an hour without a child and $34 with a child to afford living here. The city shouldn't approve this project when the developers have shown that the workers at the Omni would not be able to afford to live and raise a family in New Orleans, increasing the need for affordable housing in this city. Please vote no, because we can't stand it.
Thank you, ma'am. Kendall B, followed by Andy O'Brien.
Kendall?
Hello, my name is Kendall Berry. I live at 2230 Bienville Street, and I'm a local political organizer with the Louisiana Party for Socialism and Liberation. I would also urge you to please say no to this motion. The tax break, the number that's been going around is $669 million in a tax break to Omni Hotel. Another relevant number that I found is the budget deficit from this past year, $220 million in a budget deficit. And the deficit meant you had to slash already meager social services for working and poor New Orleanians. So frankly, to be wanting to take more from them at this time is ridiculous. To approve a deal like this at a time like this is laughable. It's completely irresponsible, and it's not what people voted for. We want you to vote no on this motion. The people of this city don't want to give another enormous tax break to another outside corporation just trying to exploit New Orleans for its own personal profit. Profit that it undoubtedly will not be investing back into the people of New Orleans, the people who make the city as incredible as it is. Like Mike said, trickle-down economics is a cruel joke to those of us at the bottom, and we won't stand for it anymore. The locals who make the city run and infuse it with culture, love, and passion are struggling. And you want to take more of their hard-earned tax dollars to hand over to another out-of-town corporate entity. It's a shameful proposition. But then again, I'm not surprised. No one invests in the people of New Orleans, just its tourists, its utility company executives, its wealthy elite, its police. And the people of New Orleans know that we're not invested in. We feel it in the roads, in the healthcare system, and we deserve better. And we're asking, who do you work for?
Andy O'Brien, followed by Jim Cook. Andy O'Brien, followed by Jim Cook.
Good morning, council members. My name's Andy O'Brien. I represent the 15 different construction unions that belong to the Building and Construction Trades Council here in the New Orleans area with up to 8,000 members. And again, I'm a union representative, so I am being paid to be here today to speak on behalf of my membership. I stand here today also in support of this project on behalf of the Building and Construction Trades Council. According to the LSU Center of Economic, Business, and Policy Research, the Omni Hotel project is projected to create up to 500 construction jobs over the course of the project, and then at its peak, create up to 650 jobs. This project would create opportunities for our local union contractors like Bow Brothers, Gallo Mechanical, Fishhurst Electric, just to mention a few. The opportunities, this would give out these contractors the opportunities to put their employees, our members, people in the community to work. And also,
Excuse me, look at the rules and be respectful. Thank you.
and these contractors, excuse me, also jointly manage apprenticeship and training programs. These programs create pathways for individuals in the community, which includes women, communities of colors, and returning veterans, which give them the opportunities to have a debt-free debt-free education. These apprenticeship programs pay family-sustaining wages, provide health care coverages from day one. In closing, I would like to say that this project would create opportunities at a time when there are very few construction projects going on in the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Jim Cook, followed, again, look at the rules and be respectful. Jim Cook, followed by Mike Smith.
Good morning, council members. My name is Jim Cook, and I'm the president and CEO of the Ernest N. Morial Convention Center. And in that capacity, I stand before you today. It's located at 900 Convention Center Boulevard, New Orleans, Louisiana, 70130. Today marks a significant milestone, many years in development. Today, each of you will cast your vote on a zoning request, and I'm asking for your support. Voting in favor of this zoning request strengthens the city's revenue, it generates opportunity, and it increases competitiveness of one of our most important economic engines. For decades, the New Orleans Ernest N. Morial Convention Center has generated jobs and economic opportunities across our city for individuals, for families, and for hundreds of small businesses. It's a simple formula. We provide space for events, which in turn drives economic activity, and that creates tax revenue for our city. Other cities are investing aggressively, and New Orleans cannot afford to fall behind. The Omni New Orleans will provide room inventory, meeting space, and amenities needed to compete for larger conventions and meetings throughout the year. It's expected to attract 27 new events per year and generate $213 million of annual economic activity for our city. When conventions choose other cities, the opportunities are lost to our local economy. The Omni New Orleans is a shovel-ready project that represents more than $550 million in private investment from TRT Holdings, the parent of Omni Hotels and Resorts. And this project will increase the tax base in New Orleans without any direct investment by the city. I'm here to ask for your support to ensure New Orleans is competitive. Standing still is not an option. There is no status quo without this project. New Orleans as a conference destination could lose our competitiveness. So I ask for your support on this zoning overlay today. Thank you for your...
Mike Smith, followed by Mike Sherman.
My name is Mike Smith. I'm Executive Vice President, Real Estate and Development with TRT Holdings, the parent company of Omni. My address is 10212 Daria Drive, Dallas, Texas, and I'm not being paid to be here. Council members, thank you for your time today. I also want to thank the city staff and everyone who has worked on this project over the last several years. On behalf of Omni Hotels and Resorts, I want to say how excited we are to partner with the City and Convention Center. We love New Orleans. We believe in the future of New Orleans, and that's why Omni is prepared to invest more than $500 million into this project, one of the largest hospitality investments in the city's history. Omni has developed and operated convention center and headquarter hotels all over the country. We've partnered with cities, convention centers, and public agencies for decades. We know what it takes to make these projects successful, and we have a long track record of delivering on our commitments. A headquarters hotel is more than just a hotel. It's a critical piece of hospitality infrastructure. It helps attract larger events, win new business, and bring back groups that may have left the city. New Orleans already has incredible assets, a world-class convention center, a unique culture, and one of the strongest tourism brands anywhere in the country. This project helps unlock the full potential of these assets. The impact is significant. More than 500 permanent jobs, more than 2,500 construction jobs, millions of dollars in tax revenues for the city. Most importantly, this project helps position New Orleans for long-term success and growth. Omni is committed to being a long-term partner in this city, and we are excited to move this project forward. I want to conclude with a note about our culture at Omni. We truly believe all things we say and do make a difference in the lives of each other, our guests, and our community. We're all in. That's what makes us feel more like a family than a company. Thank you for your consideration, and we ask for your support today.
Thank you. Mike Sherman, followed by Laura McKay. You are cutting into your hour allotted time, so let's be respectful to one another. Mike Sherman, followed by Laura McKay.
Good morning, council members. Mike Sherman, 800 Barone Street, New Orleans. I'm here on behalf of Omni Hotels and Resorts as their council and paid representative. We're here in a zoning overlay today that is based upon a significantly changed project based upon enormous community feedback, stakeholder feedback, preservation community feedback. I could talk about the fact that the hotel was changed drastically to accommodate the historic neighborhood that it sits within, or that we moved off the park to preserve that important green space, added on-site parking, changed the intensity. That's what the overlay district does, facilitates a development based upon community feedback. But I feel compelled to correct the record because not one penny of city money is going in this project. That's really important. The public participation is coming, I hope folks listen, because the public participation is coming from the state of Louisiana. The city stands to get a multi-million-dollar building permit fee in the next 90 days, over $4 million, over $20 million of construction sales tax, half of which comes to this local taxing bodies. On these tax increments that we're talking about, I hope folks read the BGR report or the Times-Picayune article. It's been drastically studied. The city keeps 100% of its sales tax increment. The school board keeps 100% of its sales tax increment. The regional transit authority keeps 100% of its sales tax. All of the public participation is from the state. One more thing, let's talk about property tax. That's not germane to the zoning, but Omni's commitment is not to come here and ask to pay $1 or a few $100,000, but to pay full property taxes according to its competitive set of hotels. That's not for today. There'll be a separate hearing at the convention center and council, but I do want to reiterate that commitment to pay full property taxes per room in accordance with its competitive set. I hope we can focus on the zoning today. We ask for your support and happy to answer any questions at the appropriate time.
Councilmember Morrell has a question.
I don't have a question. I just want to say, for the record, it has not been excuse me, ladies and gentlemen, no one comments when you're talking. I would appreciate the courtesy of at least listening to me talk. It has not been a pleasure to work with you. And I don't say that very often, but for you to sit up here and talk about the school board and property taxes, I appreciate the convention center working with Councilmember Willard and myself, but you and the people you represent did not want to pay school board property tax. And that is something that we had to fight to get done. So while you sit up here and pat yourself on the back, there is work being done to make sure this city is treated properly in this transaction, and you were not a part of it. Thank you. And no, I'm not encouraging you to have a dialogue with me unless you want to drag this out further. Maybe you should talk to your client.
Madam Chair, if I might, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to beg for your cooperation. There was 30 minutes of public comment allocated. I made the motion to extend this to an hour, okay? And I want everybody to be able to publicly comment. But I need your cooperation. I know there's a lot of passion in the room. The more we keep interrupting, the longer this is going to drag out. So I'm begging you, please, for your cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Hughes. Laura McKay, followed by Becca Geiger.
Hi, good morning. Laura McCoy, Chief Creative Officer, Omni Hotels and Resorts, 4001 Maple Avenue, Dallas, Texas, 75220. I'm not being paid to be here. Omni's approach to design is to tell the local story, and we have done this in many cities and look forward to telling the story of New Orleans through the lens of the Warehouse District. Omni designed the hotel to fit the environment and the Warehouse District. We will create a sense of place and tell the local story. We have brought our design team to New Orleans to immerse them in the city. We are talking to local businesses in the market and looking for local partners to help us tell that story. We will also be working with local artists and artisans. The reason we are doing this is to create a hotel that helps convince groups and leisure travelers to come to New Orleans and have seen this work in other cities. We have submitted renderings of both the exterior of the building and the interior spaces so you can see for yourselves. The story behind the hotel is Warehouse Revelry. You will see the full design concept outlined in the package that you all have. We're looking forward to being partners in the community, and thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Becca Geiger, followed by Walt Leger.
Good morning. Becca Geiger, 800 Barone Street, with Sherman Strategies on behalf of Omni. Thank you for your consideration of this request. I want to start with saying we come to you with a recommendation of approval from City Planning Commission. While you have heard and will likely continue to hear about the broader economic benefits of this project, I'd like to actually focus on the zoning requests today. First, it's important to note that this site is already zoned CBD2, where a hotel is a permitted use. This request is not about introducing a new use to the site, rather about establishing the appropriate regulatory framework for a large, complex, and unique site. That framework is the overlay district we're here today about. It addresses several key areas. First, it regulates height through a floor area ratio of 12 with an overall maximum height. This is a common regulatory tool already used throughout the CBD. Second, the overlay establishes project-specific design standards. CPC staff carefully reviewed these provisions and recommended approval, finding that they provide the flexibility appropriate for a project of this scale while still ensuring high-quality design outcomes. Third, the overlay addresses loading, circulation, and curb cuts in a way that directs activity towards Convention Center Boulevard and away from the neighborhood. And finally, the overlay includes several technical adjustments related to bike parking, lighting, and signage that better reflect the scale and operational needs of a convention headquarter hotel. Importantly, this overlay does not simply just provide a flexibility. It establishes clear standards and parameters that will govern development of the site. Further, this request is consistent with the master plan's vision for convention-related development and appropriate growth within the CBD. For those reasons, and consistent with the recommendation from the City Planning Commission, we respectfully request your approval of the proposed overlay district today.
Thank you. Walt Leger, followed by Philip Sherman.
Good morning. Thank you, members of the council. I think we're all well aware of many of the challenges facing our city. I want to thank each and every one of you for showing up every single day trying to address those challenges. One of the ways that we address those challenges is growing the tax base. And moving forward with this project, we'll do that. We'll invest new property tax dollars. We'll take a property currently generating $30,000 a year and generate multiple millions of dollars a year. These are precisely the types of investments that our community needs to be able to address the multi-$100 million deficit that exists. So one, this project makes fiscal sense for the city of New Orleans. Two, it is a catalytic project, one that allows New Orleans not to be more like any other city in the country, but to be more like New Orleans than it is today. More than 40 years ago, leaders like Dutch Morial and Sidney Bartholomew and many others who sat in your seats previously made transformational investments in our community, establishing the Ernest N. Morial Convention Center and establishing some of the large hotel properties that help drive the economy of our city today. Today, where nearly half of the revenue generated to support city services like pumps and streets and all the things that we need to prosper comes from the attraction of people to our city for the betterment of our city. That includes major conferences, conventions, sporting events, and all the things that have allowed New Orleans, a city of less than 400,000 people, to act like a city of 10 million people on an annual basis and to appear across the globe as the glorious place that we all get to call home. This headquarters hotel will help us to attract new events to the city and compete to keep the ones that we've got now. Later this year, 25,000 hematologists will come to our city, injecting tens of millions of dollars into the economy. We want them to continue in the future. We need this project to do that. Thank you for the thoughtful approach and the work that you've done to make this a reality, and please cast your vote in favor of these.
Thank you. Philip Sherman, followed by Tiger Hammond.
Good morning, council members. My name is Philip Sherman, board chair of the Greater New Orleans Sports Foundation. My address is 320 Metairie Hammond Highway, Suite 300. I'm not being paid to be here. I'm in support of the Omni New Orleans. New Orleans competes every day for major sporting events that drive our economy, support local jobs, and bring national attention to our city. The Sports Foundation, the New Orleans hospitality community, the state and city continually work together to attract and host some of the largest events in the world. In recent years, including following last year's Super Bowl, organizations that have visited New Orleans for years have made it clear that our city must do more to offer newer hotels to compete with similar room inventory quality in other host cities. New Orleans needs this transformational hotel project if we plan to compete for premier sporting events that we've grown accustomed to welcoming, from the Super Bowl and Final Four to college football and WrestleMania. Without the new Omni, New Orleans will fall further behind the growing number of major event host cities, placing us at a competitive disadvantage. For those reasons, I urge you to vote in favor of the zoning overlay.
Thank you. Tiger Hammond, followed by Stephanie Turner.
Good morning, City Council. Robert Tiger Hammond, representing the Greater New Orleans AFL-CIO, 837 North Carrollton Avenue. Our office has been there for over 45 years. Just want to start by saying I actually sat on a commission of the Ernest N. Morial Convention Center for 8 years. For 48 months of those 8 years, there wasn't a day, or a month, I should say, that I didn't push for a new hotel. I wanted it prior to getting on that board. I wanted it when I left that board. I actually went and commended that board when it got done a year and a half later for getting it done when we couldn't get it done in 8 years. But with that being said, I'm here representing the Greater New Orleans AFL-CIO, and let me say this, just to be clear, not all unions were for this, and I certainly understand that. But we took a vote, and the vast majority said they gave me the opportunity to come speak and speak on behalf of what we have to say. So I do want to say that that I will be working with every union, whether it be the building trades, whether it be Unite here, whether it be any union that has anything to do with this hotel. I will be working feverishly with them to try to get what they want. But at the end of the day, we need to get this thing approved before we can work with anybody. The economic growth for this, I was for it because, you know, we had $500 million capital budget plan. We had $700 million upriver development. So I knew this hotel would help that upriver development drastically. It was going to bring in more conventions, more tax revenue, all that. But 6.5 years out, when I wasn't getting anywhere, and I'm going to try to get to the conclusion here before my 2 minutes is up, I did a feasibility study. I put a motion on the floor, got it done, $53,000 to say, tell me what am I missing why we can't have this convention center hotel here. So when we did it, it came back, and this is about a 120-page document. I'd be glad to share it with anybody who want to take copies, or you can get one from probably the general manager.
Tiger, that's your time. I'm sorry. I know. We got to be fair to everyone. Stephanie Turner, followed by Ben Roberts.
We hope you support and approve it. Thank you.
Stephanie Turner, followed by Ben Roberts.
Good morning. I'm Stephanie Turner, Senior Vice President of Convention Sales and Strategies at New Orleans & Company. Our address is 2020 St. Charles Avenue, New Orleans, Louisiana, and I am here in support of the development of Omni New Orleans Hotel on Convention Center Boulevard. Approximately 30% of overnight visitors to New Orleans come to attend a meeting, trade show, or exhibition. With our current inventory of hotels, we compete with cities who are investing billions of dollars in new hotel properties and/or expanded convention centers. The growth of our city's strongest industry requires evolution and investment. Meetings and conventions form the foundational layer of our tourism economy. In 2025, our convention sales team booked more than 1.7 million hotel room nights into the future as far out as 2040. That's more than $400 million in direct sales that'll amount to billions of dollars in economic impact in years to come. In an independent survey commissioned by New Orleans Ernest N. Morial Convention Center, 82% of meeting planners said a headquarter hotel would increase their likelihood of choosing New Orleans for a meeting or a convention. Despite our long success, the national convention meetings industry is more competitive than ever, and we need the Omni project to help us win the most important meetings and conventions over other cities. The Omni project, as zoned and presented to you, prevents our city from losing market share and keeps New Orleans competitive. We are grateful for your work and ask for your support of the Omni New Orleans. A headquarter hotel with at least 1,000 rooms is necessary to provide the impact sought for our community. The height reflected in Omni's design is essential to delivering the full headquarter hotel program, providing the necessary mix of guest rooms and meeting spaces that make this project transformational. Thank you.
Thank you. Ben Roberts, followed by Will Dubois.
As she's coming up, ladies and gentlemen, my requests apply to everybody. That includes the supporters. I'm going to ask that we maintain decorum and withhold your applause. My next motion will be to dispense with public comment. So we need everyone's cooperation.
Good morning, Ben Roberts. I'm the general manager at the Hilton Garden Inn Convention Center, 1001 South Peter Street, directly across the street from where this project is planned. You may be wondering why a competing hotel operator would be in favor of a new 1,000-room hotel right across the street from him. The Omni Hotel isn't just another new hotel in the city. It's strategically located. It's luxury branded. It's a headquarters hotel, and it's anchored at the convention center. This specific product is something that the other cities that we compete with, the Nashvilles, the Atlantas, the Orlandos, built years ago. And they've been taking our customers and taking our residents as well. The result is that major groups that were once our customers have simply stopped shopping New Orleans for event space and hotel rooms. We never make their list because we don't have what they require. Omni Hotel puts us back in that conversation. This is how we catch up. I urge you to vote to support the overlay request, to support the future of our industry and the future of New Orleans. Thank you for all that you do for our community, and thank you for your consideration for this huge opportunity.
Thank you. Will Dubois, followed by Matt Wolf. And I would encourage, if I'm calling your name, just line up so we can get through these cards, please.
Good morning, friends on the council. I'm Will Dubos. I live proudly in District D at 7315 Onyx Street. I'm here in my capacity as Director of Government Affairs for the Louisiana Restaurant Association and as the paid representative of many New Orleans LRA members in support of the proposed Omni Convention Center Hotel and the corresponding zoning request before you. Our members annually depend on conventions, trade shows, corporate meetings, and sporting events to remain viable and succeed. These events generate the customer traffic that supports restaurants, bars, music venues, and hospitality businesses throughout the city. This project will help New Orleans meet the rising expectations in an increasingly competitive convention and event marketplace, and it will strengthen our ability to attract future business that generates economic activity for years to come. The benefits of these events extend beyond the convention center. This supports jobs, creates opportunities for new small businesses, and drives tourism to our great city and state. This project will help ensure that New Orleanians can remain successful in hospitality, which is what New Orleans does best. Thank you for your time and your support of this motion.
Thank you. Matt Wolf, followed by Sandra Lindquist.
Good morning, Council. My name is Matt Wolf. I'm here representing Greater New Orleans, Inc., the regional economic development organization representing the Greater New Orleans region. We're located at 1100 Poydras Street here in New Orleans. In economic development, we often make decisions based on faith that the initiatives we create or the sites we help get developed will attract business. But this project is different. The market has said exactly what it needs. This model that Omni delivers on isn't a risky bet. It's the new normal around the country that New Orleans just hasn't caught up with yet. After all, Houston is currently building its third hotel of this kind, and they were just rewarded with the Democratic National Convention that's taking place in 2 years. Here in New Orleans, groups like the NFL have made it clear that a property like this is a prerequisite for hosting another Super Bowl. On Monday, I spoke with a major media company who wants to bring their marquee event to New Orleans in a few years, and the Omni is exactly what they are looking for. That list could go on, and may even include the DNC one day, if we do the right thing today. Of course, this vote is bigger than just this one project, because future investors are watching how we vote today on a sure bet like the Omni as they decide where to bring their money for the next big aerospace project or the next regional operations center. Your vote of approval today sends a signal to the world that New Orleans is open for business and ready to meet the marketplace where it is. We urge your approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Sandra Lindquist, followed by Larry Miller.
Good morning. I'm Sandra Lombana Lindquist. I'm the President and CEO of the New Orleans Chamber of Commerce, 1515 Poydras, and I'm not being paid. I'm here today in support of the Omni Headquarters Hotel development because this project is about more than a new hotel. It is about creating opportunities for the thousands of small businesses that make New Orleans the unique and vibrant city we love. Small businesses account for 99.5% of Louisiana's economic framework and employ over half of the state's workforce. Within this fabric, nearly 47% of small businesses are women-owned and 28.7% are led by people of color and entrepreneurs. When visitors come to New Orleans for conventions, conferences, and major events, they do not spend all of their time inside of a hotel. They eat at our locally owned restaurants, shop in our neighborhood stores, hire local transportation providers, and visit our attractions, and support countless of small businesses throughout our city. For many small businesses, a strong convention calendar can mean the difference between simply getting by and thriving. Every additional event creates customers for local coffee shops, caterers, florists, retailers, musicians, tour operators, and countless other local entrepreneurs. These benefits ripple throughout our community and reach the small businesses that employ our neighbors and support our families. This project also sends an important message about the future of New Orleans. It demonstrates that we are willing to invest in our economic growth, remain competitive, and create an environment where businesses of all sizes can succeed. The Omni Headquarters Hotel has the potential to generate lasting economic activity that supports local entrepreneurs, creates jobs, increases tax revenue, and strengthens the small business ecosystem. For this reason, we respectfully urge you to support the Omni Hotel.
Thank you. Larry Miller, followed by Howie Kaplan.
Hello, good morning. Larry Miller, 813 Lesseps Street in New Orleans. I am here representing NOCI, the New Orleans Culinary and Hospitality Institute, and its board of directors. We ask that you vote in favor of the overlay that you'll be presented with today as we keep teaching, enhancing the culinary and hospitality students as they are released into the business world. Opportunities like this to continue to grow our employment base in the hospitality industry, very important to the board at NOCI. Thank you.
Thank you. Howie Kaplan is not here, but he's in support. Alice Glenn, followed by, I can't read this name, Nano LLC. Alice waved, she's in support. Nano LLC, I can't read this name, I think it's Terry Dwyer. I got that right. And then followed by another Terry Margulies.
Good morning, all. Thank you for your time. and your support. Hello, my name is Terry Hogan Dreyer, the managing partner of Nano Architecture. It's a local firm, and we are the architect of record for the Convention Center. I'm here to speak on behalf and support of the Omni Development District. We are a woman-owned and internationally recognized firm, and we have been incredibly grateful to the Convention Center for the work that they've done and the support that they have for small and local businesses. The New Orleans Chamber of Commerce is not incorrect when they talk about how important small businesses are, as I'm sure you all are all aware. By the way, I'm not paid for this. Just wanted to let you know. We have been working for the last 5 years as the AOR of for the Convention Center for Stage 1 and 2, incorporating over $200 million in renovations, which not only will set and keep New Orleans Morial Convention Center competitive, but provide significant upgrades for the design, the resiliency, and the neighborhood of which the Convention Center is located. This project would not be locally represented without MCCNO's robust small emerging business program, and sits at the forefront of economic opportunity for all of the businesses and the people in the community. The Omni project and partnership is transformational and is greatly needed, as everyone has said before, for the future of our city, related to several key factors. 1,400 permanent jobs, over $200 million in economic impact, $550 million of private investment. It represents a significant investment and plays an important role in the strength of the Convention Center and the city's ability to compete for the future. That cannot be expressed enough. Billions of dollars are being spent in other cities that we never used to compete with. That's critical for everyone when they make those decisions. Zoning approach, if I'd like to talk about this, because that's kind of what I like to do, for architecture, the zoning approach.
You're going to have to talk about it another time because that's your time. Terry Margulies, followed by Floyd Griffin. We do it.
Hello, my name is Terry McGillis. I'm a registered nurse at University Medical Center. I'm also a member of New Orleans Workers for Center for Racial Justice and Together New Orleans. And I've been taking care of my fellow citizens for over 49 years, and I've paid taxes in those jobs for over 49 years. As a worker in New Orleans, I am not opposed to progress. We are opposed to tax breaks that seems to be part of this deal that eventually is on the backs of the people who are asked to keep this hotel and the tourists and the hospitality system going. That is what we're opposed to, not progress. There's numbers that have been going around, so I'm not sure what, but we do know that there are going to be tax breaks for this project. Who here pays all their taxes? Who here would love special bonuses and breaks on those taxes? I was a small business owner here for over 25 years, and the taxes I had to pay was amazing. It practically kept me from being in business. And I took care of homeless, mentally ill individuals, the least thought about in our community. And the taxes I had to pay to do that, I did not get a break on. Out-of-town investors' primary concern, I've heard about all the wonderful things they're going to do here. It's not an investment in this community. It's an investment in their profit. Let's not be mistaken. Non-union jobs is not an investment in this community. It does not put money in city coffers, which we need to improve the quality of our life. And I see that every day at the hospital, how it is not getting any better. We ask you, we implore you to vote no on this project that is going to be on the backs of the workers that are going to make this program, this project work. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Floyd Griffin, followed by Osa Auden, Apple Street.
My name is Floyd Griffin. My address is 2801 General Collins Avenue. That's New Orleans, Louisiana, at Algiers, that would be. Good morning to the council.
Good morning.
And thanks for having me up here to speak. I started working at the Convention Center in 1984. And prior to that, it was the World's Fair, where I literally physically watched the building get built, Halls ABC specifically. And with that, I just recently retired after 4 decades of work at the Ernest N. Morial Convention Center. What I did not realize at the time that the Convention Center would, well, I guess for lack of a better term, shaped the rest of my life. The Convention Center became more than a paycheck. It allowed me to provide for my family, build a life, and create a better future for the people I love. And I'm not just talking about my immediate family. I'm talking about the people as it relates to who were employed me under my directives. I'm just at the beginning of my new chapter and trying to understand what it means to be retired. But one of the most rewarding parts of my time at the Convention Center was helping mentor others into leadership. When I started at the Convention Center, it was just a place wasn't a place you would see today. There have been many chapters of growth that have led to what is now Omni New Orleans is another chapter towards building future success for our city and keeping a path towards building futures for young individuals that's want to become part of the hospitality industry. So with that, I respectfully urge that the City Council vote in favor of the Omni New Orleans and the zone and overlay request. Thank you.
Thank you. Osak Auden from Apple Street. I cannot read this handwriting, followed by Duke Chase.
Good morning, Council. Osak Auden, Apple Street. It's almost unreal sometimes. I think of Charles Dickens' Tale of Two Cities. On one side, we've got green. On the other side, we've got red. One side, we have baby boomers, corporate professionals. On another side, we have mixed racially, multiple generations. On one side, we have faint claps. On the other side, we have roaring applause. On one side, we have sterility. On another side, we have rawness. On one side, we have technical jargon and corporate speak. On another side, we have life experiences, testimonies, and real-life implications. I want to go back to 1970s, 1980s, when we were changing the zoning for the French Quarter. The French Quarter used to be a beacon for home ownership, mixed home ownership. But ever since zoning changes happened, the buildings started getting taller and taller. We arrived at almost no residents from the French Quarter, at least comparatively. And the red beans and rice don't taste the same. I can't really find a restaurant to get it right. And I know my service is typically going to be bad because the servers don't want to be there. They are not making livable wages. No one can afford to live there. So I ask everybody, right? The people who are always on the banners and the billboards. Think about them, when you make this decision. Is the capital gains really worth it?
Thank you. Duke Chase, followed by Paul December.
Good morning, members of the council. I'm Edgar Duke Chase IV, 4748 St. Roch, New Orleans, Louisiana. I'm speaking to you today as a member of the commissioner of the Ernest N. Morial Convention Center, but more importantly, as a resident of this beautiful city that we all love. You hear many people today speak about the impact and the significance of this headquarter hotel will have on this city and this state. Today, I want to speak about the importance of our role and responsibility we have in ensuring that our community continues to thrive. You see, as a generational business owner, I know firsthand about setting the foundation for many to come behind and keep pushing forward, giving a sense of confidence that we can achieve anything. That's what today is all about. In a city as diverse in culture and backgrounds that gives our children a little glimpse of this world, and our guests a little taste of home. A city where we love to work, play, and educate our children. A city where businesses can come and thrive, allowing opportunities for our kids when it's time for them to pick up the baton. That's why I'm excited here today to support this headquarter hotel. I'm excited about the many developments that's going on in this city. I'm excited about the River District. I'm excited about housing affordability. This sends a clear message to our community that New Orleans will thrive and continue to lead the way. I am also thankful and very grateful for you all and the work in ensuring that this project will benefit all. I thank you, and I hope you join us in supporting this hotel, and let's get it done, and let's continue to set a sturdy foundation. Thank you.
Paul December, followed by Lee Abbott. And again, if you could line up so we can get through these, we're running out of time. Paul? Not hearing from Paul. Lee Abbott, followed by Stephen Morlock. And Paul is in opposition.
Good morning, Council. My name is Lee Abbott, 4939 Painter Street. I'm with the New Orleans Rank and File Project. I'm not being paid to be here. I'm in opposition to this hotel project, the zoning overlay district, and future tax breaks that this will give. Up until February of this year, I was a city worker. I worked for the New Orleans Public Library System, the Milton Latter Library, and I was an executive board member of AFSCME 2349, the Union for City Workers. And I was here on the steps of the City Council in October of last year because we were going through, and still are going through, a fiscal crisis, which put many of city workers, actually at October, we weren't sure that we were going to make payroll, right? So we've eventually worked out something, paid on the backs of many city workers through furloughs and hiring freezes and reductions of services. So again, we are coming here to discuss further tax breaks for corporate development while we are in a budget crisis. So I just want to remind people of this. I want to remind the people here who are lobbying for further dispensation from the city and the workers of New Orleans that this is what it will cost us. So my general statement is, why should this project be getting public subsidies and zoning dispensations when New Orleans city workers have been furloughed since January and the city has been under fiscal regulation by the state of Louisiana since October of 2025? The zoning overlay represents another step in increasing corporate welfare for a hotel construction that has not guaranteed any worker rights or union neutrality agreements. We need to make billionaire hoteliers pay for their own hotel construction and deny the zoning overlay district until we have gone through an actual economic development process that puts workers first and puts the city and the people first.
Stephen Morlock, followed by Bruce Riley. Bruce, you have two cards. This is only one issue.
Hi, my name is Stephen Morlock. I forgot my glasses, so excuse me if I stumble a bit. My name is Stephen Morlock. I live at 2458 Jonquil Street in District D. I'm asking you to vote no on the Omni voting amendment. The direct benefit of the zoning giveaway is going to go to an out-of-state developer, not me, my neighbors, or other New Orleans workers. The owners are also major contributors to the Republican Party and fully support everything that most people in this room stand against. Honestly, I find it baffling to me that that Democratic elected officials would even consider backing a deal that steals hundreds of millions from taxpayers when our infrastructure is crumbling. We're laying off city employees without even securing guarantees that they'll use union labor. Like what? It's a failure. So if we're going to build a new hotel, we need to make sure that it benefits all residents, not just out-of-state companies and rich business owners. Please vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. Joseph Rezenwig, Joseph, followed Bruce, thank you. And then Joseph, who is with New Orleans, I don't know. Go ahead.
Thank you. Bruce Riley will vote. I am paid to speak on behalf of people that are dealing with the impacts of the criminal legal system, which is many people in the city of New Orleans and the state of Louisiana. So, first, obviously the big selling point here is jobs. It's all they talk about, like what's the takeaway for local people, right? Well, as we know, there's good jobs and there's crappy jobs. And the reason why people are trying to unionize this situation is because we know there'll be good jobs. And so if we can't get the unionization agreement from someone who you said is very difficult to work with, maybe we can get some other types of floor things put in place, some type of minimum wage that we think is a living wage. And, I know that the contracts that you all sign with entities, there's the convicted felon statement. Well, I'd like to make a point that that statement, which for people's understanding, prohibits people that have done like bribery and embezzlement, that kind of thing, from getting a contract that's been within the past 5 years. Well, we need to add in things that are about anti-discrimination around people with convictions. We all know that about 75% of us voted for the Fair Chance Amendment last year, and so that's the type of thing that should be put in all these type of agreements to ensure that people are not discriminated against, nor are their subcontractors discriminated against based on people with criminal records. We know that people that are struggling to find work sometimes end up with the best they can get. When I got out of prison, I was making $7.85 an hour. I'm doing a little better than that, but I had to fight my butt off to get there. A lot of people didn't quite make it to the point to the living wage. So we need to create a new floor for people when they're dealing with convictions. And secondly, I'd like to say, we're talking about all the conventions that we could get or whatever. People don't come to conventions for the hotel room, honestly. They come to conventions for the city. And so when we talk about the quality of life and the quality of our culture, like when we're talking about surveillance, ain't nobody coming here to go to Bourbon Street and be surveilled. Okay? They're coming here so they can be free and they can live large and have a fun time in New Orleans. Thank you.
Okay, members, look, we have about 1 minute and 4 seconds left. I know there were some interruptions. We have about 12 cards left. That's 24 minutes.
I would move that we extend public comment for an additional 26 minutes. That should accommodate all the cards.
Second? Everyone in favor? All right, Joseph, I'm going to try this again. Rosenwig? Okay, got it. Followed by Ms. Wiltz.
The name is Joseph Rosenzweig. I'm 8216 Sycamore. I'm with the New Orleans Workers Assembly, and I'm urging this body to put the brakes on this $669 million scam. 1 in 3 children in New Orleans lives under the poverty level. New Orleans has the highest rate of senior hunger in the country. How many housekeepers, how many hospitality workers, how many people that work in the building trades, how many people have a child in their family that lives below the poverty line, or an elder that goes hungry at night in New Orleans? This is the real situation of people that we need to take into consideration. And so for people to come up here, these millionaire folks representing Greater New Orleans, these millionaires representing the Omni Resort, representing their billionaire Texas oil tycoon boss, to invoke the names of workers promising economic development, it is frankly insulting. So we're talking about economic development, but economic development for who? Yes. We need an honest accounting of every tax break, every subsidy that has been given out, not only to Omni, but for the creation of the River District, for the creation of the Bio District, for Tulane University, for all of these millionaire, billionaire enterprises that are depending on the work and the blood and the sweat of New Orleanians and hadn't paid their fair share. So we say, put the people first, and you need to answer to the people, the interests of the working class people.
Naziki Wilkes, followed by Monica Bowling.
It is wearing me out, but I always want to show respect to the council before me. It's these folks behind me that I don't think really getting what we're saying. The people, we're exhausted with them making profits off of people. Like, we're just worn out with it. They're gonna build this land, they're gonna build on our land, as we know, but They need to include us in this contract, just as Bruce has said. There should be some guidelines whereby we benefit also and not just them. Being a school teacher, I always had to break things down. And if I was before this first grade class, I see the folks in the red, that's like the blood, sweat, and tears folks that's just been working really hard. The folks in blue with those Vote shirts on, we know they're in the community. We understand what they're doing. The folks that's in green, they're not in green because they are respectful of the land. They're in green because they represent the money, the people that continues to make the profit. And they don't have a clue what we, the people in New Orleans, need. I'm telling you, they don't. They don't look like us. They wouldn't understand what we need. And it's not for you to make any more profit. When you build this hotel that we're gonna probably have to pay for, we should get some kind of stipend, or let our people come in there over the weekend and have a free stay. Also, when you see us, you get so nervous. You got a nerve to want to build on our land, but you don't even want us in that hotel. I'm telling you, I know, because I experienced it before. When you see the Mexican, our neighbors, our sisters and brothers, all you think their work is cleaning up your hotels. You don't want them in there either. So I'm trying to see who you actually building this hotel for. I hate that they're standing here before us.
That's your time. Monica Bowling, followed by Aaron Snelling.
Ladies and
Followed by Aaron
gentlemen, ladies and
Snelling.
gentlemen, please, I need your cooperation. We just made the motion to extend public comment so we can hear from everybody. We need to maintain decorum. Thank you.
Thank you for extending that for us to be able to speak and to be heard. My name is Monica. I am not a paid representative, and I'm asking you to vote no to the Omni zoning amendment. I'm a current worker at the convention center. And oftentimes we get up early in the morning, 3:30 in the morning, I'm a banquet captain. And so our days start very early, sometimes at 3:30 in the morning. And that street that is there that they want to take over is where the early morning workers come to park, or we go to park, because our current parking lot is literally at the end of the convention center, which is Hall J. And now, because of construction that was supposed to take place for the Omni, it was actually moved to Chapatoulas. So when we come early in the morning, we have to park way at Chapatoulas at Hall J, and then walk all the way to that street right across where they want to build the hotel, the Sugar Mill. That's where we entered the building. So that's a far walk. That's hard, and it's dangerous early in the morning. So I think we all have something at stake here with the prompt zoning amendment, or the current zoning amendment. And I think how you all vote is going to show who you are and what or who you care about. I gotta take my glasses off a minute because I'm getting a little older and I ain't got the little line yet and trying to keep my youngness going. Here we are in 2026, and our city and state are starved for resources. Working people like me facing an accelerating cost of living. And what's on the table is allowing the Omni project to build almost 3 times what they'd normally be allowed to build under the current zoning, while they are seeking a public subsidy that hasn't been determined yet. Now, if this was the city's idea and the proposal was, hey, you can build higher if you do X, Y, or Z to benefit the city, that's something I could understand.
I'm sorry, that's your time. Aaron Snelling, followed by Jenny Jong, or George. Aaron, are you here? They're in opposition. Jenny George, followed by Edith Romero.
Sorry, my handwriting is really bad. My name is Jeremy Jong. I live at 3605 Iberville Street. I'm not being paid to be here. So we listened to the Omni Hotel executives. They say we love New Orleans. They say everything's going to be great. With their prepared statements. We've listened to community feedback. We're going to generate so much tax revenue. This is going to be so great for the workers, right? But there's one problem with this, which is that they're from Texas. And so what would they possibly know about what New Orleans needs and what New Orleans workers need, right? And here's the other thing about that. The workers, they're right here. They're telling you what they need. They're telling you what people in New Orleans need to live in this city where their parents have lived, where their grandparents have lived, where their great-grandparents have lived, right? So you just have a choice. Are you gonna listen to these Republican Texas executives, or are you gonna listen to the workers of New Orleans? Thanks.
Thank you. Edith Romero, followed by Jess Pinkham.
Hello, my name is Said Romero, and I am an organizer with Ion Surveillance. I'm also here in my personal capacity to ask you to vote no for the zoning change. When I got to this country in 2011 from Honduras, I worked at a hotel as a front desk agent for like 3-4 years. I was living paycheck to paycheck. There were some months during the summer where I did not know if I was gonna make rent. And it was hard. And I'm sure a lot of people here who are missing work are going through these situations with a family. I want to read out to you this information that I found on the internet about Omni Hotels. They generate an estimated $2.6 million to $3.5 billion in annual revenue. The owner, Robert Rowling, has a personal net worth of approximately $8.5 billion. I please urge you to say no to this deal that is going to give millions of dollars to an already very wealthy company and actually put the resources in the people of New Orleans who are sustaining these corporations and sustaining the economy of this city. Thank you.
Thank you. Jess Pinkham, followed by Nora Ellerston.
I'm Jess Pinkham. I'm a resident of the French Quarter. I'm a member of Ion Surveillance, and I'm very happy, even though it's a coincidence, to be wearing a dress that has red and blue and no green. I want to amen what everybody's saying. I want to shout out how incredible it feels to be sitting in what's basically a very effective union meeting. Thank y'all for that. And I just also want to say, I grew up in New York. I've chosen New Orleans, and y'all are making it harder and harder to justify, and it makes me really, really sad. It makes me really sad to listen to my friends say they don't want to come. It makes me really sad to have to stare down machine guns during Mardi Gras. It makes me really sad to make y'all just consistently make decisions for other people. And just a reminder, like, the locals in the room are who voted you in. And I grew up in New York, I was just in New York, and I want to offer you an alternative. Be more like Mamdani. Like, listen to the people. The energy in New York right now is so good. And respectfully, I think y'all could take a lot of lessons from him, and I hope you do.
Nora Ellerston, followed by Jonathan Hill.
My name is Nora Ellertson, 2009 St. Cloud Avenue. I'm not paid to be here. I would just like to invite all of you to search your heart for the answer to a question that I hope will guide you in your decision, which is who benefits from this proposal as it stands right now. Because as you're all aware, y'all serve a very specific and important purpose, which is to serve, to represent, and to better the lives of residents of the city of New Orleans. As it stands right now, this proposal gives hundreds of $millions in tax credits, I believe over 45 years, which is how old I am. Tax credits, tax breaks should not be as old as a middle-aged lady. Over those many years, those tax benefits go to an out-of-state, wealthy hotel. And there is no guarantee that you're making that these jobs that we keep hearing about are actually going to benefit the people who fill those roles. There is no guarantee for union jobs. There is no guarantee that those jobs will be well paid. You know, livable wage is one thing. I think we can all agree. Every one of your residents and constituents should be making enough to thrive, not just to survive. So that is what we need from you. I hope you will use that as your guiding purpose as you make this decision. Ultimately, I hope that you vote no on this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Jonathan Hill, followed by Nadia Muhammad.
Good morning. My name is Jonathan Hill. I own a condo at 1111 South Peters, number 308, until June the 30th when I closed to get out of the warehouse district. I have followed this process along since the initial public meeting where this gentleman's predecessor infuriated the entire group. And I've been to every meeting that I've been able to attend since. President Morrell, I'd like to thank you for your comments regarding Mr. Sherman. Mr. Sherman, I've heard him say over and over again, it's in there, we got it covered, it's yes, 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 yes. He's either the most prepared attorney I've ever seen in my life, or he's telling us some stories. I don't know which. So, I'm opposed to the hotel, but apparently it's coming. I'm also opposed, my main concern, the entire process was the park. Now, Mr. Sherman will tell you they've saved the park, but he has not told you that they're cutting into the park. They are definitely cutting into the park that I guess Morial built in '84. So I'm opposed to damaging the park in any way. I'm opposed to the hotel. I appreciate the city council. I appreciate Councilwoman Harris. She's listened to me for a couple of years. I'm moving to Uptown. I've already moved, but my closing is the 30th. And I'm in full agreement. These folks represented here are all very wealthy individuals, probably voted for the Republican side of the aisle. I don't know. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hill. Nadia Mohammed, followed by Gary Crockett.
Good morning, my elected councilmen and women. My name is Nadia Mohammed. I am a resident of the Lower 9th Ward, back of town, as they call it, 2439 Delaware Street. No, I'm not paid to be here. I'm here in opposition of the Omni New Orleans. I'm here representing the voiceless. I wear many t-shirts, as you all know, in our great city, and we will not back down. No new Omni in New Orleans. Please vote no. Omni's proposal is to allow building a hotel 27 stories, 3 times higher than what is under our current zone. They propose to have the largest of everything, the largest pool, the occupancy of over 1,000 rooms, and a great parking garage that takes up a lot of space that we don't have. They're seeking a 45-year tax break that's worth between $3 million to $7 million in public tax subsidies over a 45-year period. We know when something is being built, it costs more than the highest projected amount. We need to know how much this project is really going to cost us. We, the public, are standing before the council to vote no. This corporation is based out of another state. Therefore, we're taking the funds away from us. It's all about us. Sourcing it to other states, people out of state are coming in and collecting our revenues, telling us what we need and to bring it back to their cities, their companies, their organizations, their stores, and financing them. Wow, we are suffering with blighted housing, not enough housing for our people. We look at New Orleans, we look at the Lower 9th Ward, and we look at our people. I thank you for allowing me this opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Gary Crockett, followed by Michael Sawaya, and we will end with Samara Smith.
Good morning. I want to remind everyone that this is a government by the people and it's supposed to be for the people. In addition to that, there should be transparency. I know that a lot of proposals have come across, even this one, where in most cases, we don't understand exactly what we're going to get or what we're going to pay. I've heard people get up and they talk about surveys. I heard them talk about everyone that they've talked to, except the people of New Orleans. The bottom line is they're asking us to wait 45 years for a benefit from this hotel. They're asking us to forego property taxes for 45 years. That is wrong. What I don't see when they got up and talked about the benefits of this hotel is my people thriving. What I see continuously are slave wages here in New Orleans. If you only make enough to eat, go home, come back to work, the slaves had that. They had transportation to the field, they had a place to live, and they had food to eat. And that is all that is being offered here. We want better, we expect better, even from those that represent us as well. One other thing. Yes, I own a company that's involved in some of this as well, but we've always been honest brokers. New Orleans & Company has over $300 million in cash surplus. Why haven't they gone to New Orleans & Company and asked for this same money?
Michael Sawaya, and we're going to end with Samara Smith.
Good morning, council members. I wish to waive my comment at this time.
Thank you. Samara Smith.
Good afternoon, question mark. My name is Samara Smith. I live on 2017 South Carrollton Avenue, and I'm here today in opposition of the Omni Hotel, and I'm encouraging you to vote no. You, as council members, serve the people of New Orleans. You don't serve hospitality businesses like the Omni Hotel. You serve hospitality workers. The businesses of this city only operate when the workers of this city thrive. The reason we're in competition with cities like Houston and we're suffering is because people are leaving the city in droves. And they're leaving because we don't have a healthy workplace. Many of you already know that we don't have a healthy workplace. Many of your staffers are keenly aware of the fact that we don't have a healthy workplace. And the fact is, if we have the money to be able to serve a giant corporation like Omni Hotel, we should have the money for a living wage, for healthcare coverage, for sick leave, and for the right to organize in our workplaces. There should be no reason why a massive, massive tax break like the one we're in discussion with for Omni Hotel is even in conversation when we're struggling to pay our own city workers. I don't understand why we're still engaging in this conversation when so many people, critical workers across the city, the people who would be working in this hotel, are in opposition. This hotel doesn't work if the workers don't want it, and they don't. We're all here taking time off of work to come here and remind you that none of this works without workers, and the workers are leaving the city. So you can keep bringing hotels, but who's going to work them? How will this hotel thrive if there's no one to work it? The people that have continuously come in support of this hotel don't live here. I live here. These are my tax dollars, and I'll never get to go to this hotel. So the reality is, if you want to invest in your workers to have thriving businesses, you need to invest in things like a healthy workplace, in fair housing, in union contracts. And right now, none of those things are on the table, and they should.
Thank you. That's your time. At this time, I would ask that any written comments be put on the record. Are there any comments from the dais? All right, as I said, procedurally, this is what's going to happen. At the request of Council President J.P. Morrell, we will defer this item at this time until a 3:30 Economic Development District meeting happens at the Convention Center Hotel. At that point in time, if anybody wants to attend, it will be at the Convention Center, and you can make public comment there to discuss a pilot for this hotel. Thank you.
At this time, I move that we go into executive session pursuant to the agenda, seconded by Council Vice President Willard. All in favor? Any opposed? We're in executive session.
Judge Rudy Guerrero.
Ladies and gentlemen, I know we have some council members in the audience. We're going to get started in about 2 minutes. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to get started. Madam Clerk.
All right.
She's coming. All right. My understanding is I think that we'll go back into order. My understanding, I think we'll take up Councilman McCarron's item when we come back into session, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Can I just get a motion?
I'll move to come back from executive session, seconded by Councilmember Willard. All in favor? Any opposed? Hearing none, we are back in session. Madam Clerk.
At the top of page 23, we have legislative grouping items 3, 4, and 30. Zoning docket 3026, Octavia L'Oreal LLC, requesting a zoning change from an HURD2 Historic Urban Two-Family Residential District to an HUB1A Historic Urban Neighborhood Business District, and a conditional use to permit a standard restaurant in the HUB1A use restriction overlay district on squares 187, lots 1, 2, and 3, in the 6th Municipal District bounded by Octavia Street, Laurel Street, Constant Street, and Jefferson Avenue. Municipal address 55433 Laurel Street, 509 through 515 Octavia Street. The recommendation of the CPC being for approval, subject to 10 provisos. We have motion M26-253 by Councilmember McCarron, approving the applicant's request for zoning docket 3026, subject to 10 provisos recommended by the CPC, with modifications and two addition of 2 provisos added by the City Council. We have motion M26-254 by Councilmember McCarron, directing the City Planning Commission to conduct a public hearing to consider a zoning change from an HUB1A Historic Urban Neighborhood Business District to an HURD2 Historic Urban Two-Family Residential District for property located on Square 187, lots 1, 2, and 3, in the 6th Municipal District bounded by Octavia Street, Laurel Street, Constant Street, and Jefferson Avenue. Municipal address 5433 Laurel Street and 509 through 515 Octavia Street.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. CPC?
Thank you, Council Member. This is a application to rezone the building that includes Octavia Books and Cafe Menu at the corner of Laurel and Octavia Street. Cafe Menu currently operates there as a non-conforming use. It seeks to add alcoholic beverage services to its menu, and that requires a zoning change, as the residential zoning does not allow that to happen. So this came to the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission is supportive of it for 2 reasons. One is that the building is and has always been a commercial structure, and in general, the Planning Commission supports zoning changes that give commercial buildings commercial zoning. And secondly, this is done in service of a ABO license for a restaurant. The zoning ordinance makes alcohol beverage services kind of use it as a customary aspect of restaurant operations, so something a restaurant is normally expected to do. And so the Planning Commission viewed it favorably because of that. I will say they received a lot of public comment, as your office has, and that has been some support, some outright opposition, some support with conditions, and so I can certainly say it was contentious. The applicant came to the Planning Commission with a series of voluntary provisos that would restrict things like hours of operation, parking, and other aspects of the restaurant's operation. And I think with those additional provisos in place, the Planning Commission was comfortable with it and recommends approval.
Thank you. Okay, I have a couple of comment cards. Avery Foray, followed by Donald Fant.
Good afternoon, council members. Avery Foray, 800 Brown Street. I'll be the only one to speak on our side of things on the sports side. I'm here on behalf of Cafe Malou, but I do want to acknowledge that the property owners are here, as well as one of the owners of the cafe. Stephen did a great summary of kind of where we've been and where we were going. This is a very important location and a very important neighborhood, and so we just kind of want to acknowledge everyone's efforts on both sides of this. This took a lot of time and energy from everyone, and we sincerely thank ARNA for their leadership and just truly everyone involved. It's also a very complex set of zoning facts, and for that reason, really took a very detailed approach to this. Sincerely want to thank Councilmember McCarron for her leadership, which was tireless on this one, and Claire, which put several hours into this matter. The attention to detail really is such a great way to lead in this district. So thank you to everyone. We're happy to answer questions, but I know it's already been a long meeting, so I will be respectful and turn it over to the next speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Donald Fant, followed by Justin Schmidt.
Good afternoon, council members. Donald Fant, 401 Henry Clay Avenue. I'm here representing ARNA, the Audubon Riverside Neighborhood Association, and I'm not being paid to speak. ARNA supports these two motions as they're currently proposed. We also would like to thank Councilmember McCarron and her staff for their leadership in brokering this compromise. We feel it's an equitable solution for all concerned, and thank you all for your service.
Thank you, Donald. Justin Schmidt, followed by Yvonne McNicholas.
Thank you. Justin Schmidt, 1506 7th Street. I am a paid representative on behalf of a consortium of neighbors, immediate neighbors that were concerned about some of the issues here, and I'm happy to say that we've reviewed and worked very well with the council member's office. Thank you very much, council member, for your leadership, for Claire. As Avery said, when I first was brought into this kind of at the tail end, when I first saw this, I was amazed that city planning had gotten through this, and then I think would be a much different posture today if Councilmember McCarron had not stepped in and really put in those proviso with the limited hours. That's one of the biggest issues here. Yes, it's a non-conforming property, but it is also in the center of a very residential district with predominantly residential and two families houses, no driveways and so forth. So all of those typical things that come up. Just for the record, we wanted to say that the immediate neighbors in this area were polled. 67 were opposed to any dinner service. 12 were against dinner service but did not want to publicly come out and oppose it. 12 were unable to contact, and then 4 were for dinner service. So I think where we ended up on this was the right spot, and again, we thank you for those. We understand that there'll be some later on legislation, because this is a zoning change, it would be a spot zone, that we would come back and fix that again to allow this to, as Stephen said, to kind of legitimize the nonconformity, but then protect those neighbors later on. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Justin. Yvonne McNicholas, followed by Liv Newman. Would y'all like to speak? Or okay, perfect. They're in opposition. Marie Ann Delorme, in opposition, not wishing to speak. Sean Josephs, not wishing to speak, in support. Thomas P. Lowenberg, in support, not wishing to speak. Judith Lafitte, in support, not wishing to speak. And Becca Geiger, in support, not wishing to speak. Okay, perfect, great. First, I want to thank neighbors for remaining engaged in this process with my office through this entire process. I know it's been a long one for all of us, but also want to thank Monty and her team for having repeated conversations upon my request with you guys to figure out how we can get to a good place to have this business thrive, but also the neighborhood continue to thrive. The basis of this request is simple. Cafe Malou wants to serve alcohol during their breakfast, lunch, and brunch services. The mechanism to get there, however, is complicated. The property currently operates as a legal non-conforming restaurant, which is restricted to the hours used in past operations. And HU B1A overlay requires restaurants to receive conditional use to serve alcohol. So this property needed an up zone as well as a conditional use to serve the alcohol. Much of the concern stemming from this request is additional traffic, parking, noise that can accompany restaurants with alcohol. Neighbors were also concerned about the future uses of property under HUB1A zoning that would be problematic, like a pet daycare. These are valid concerns. I met with neighbors in Monty, sometimes separately, sometimes together, and we talked through a lot of compromises. Here's where we ultimately landed. I'm granting the zoning change and conditional use with 12 provisos, including no to-go drinks, a dedicated contact person for the neighborhood complaints, a limitation on special event permits, and capping their hours to their current operating hours from 7 a.m. to 3 p.m. service 7 days a week. I'm also approving today a separate motion that kicks off the process to rezone the entire property back to the HURD2. I have the blessing of the property owner. Rezoning it back down eliminates concerns about future mixed uses that could go into the space, and the conditional use is a land entitlement, so it will not be impacted. This, I think, is a compromise by both neighbors and Monty, but I appreciate everyone's engagement and willingness to get to a solution today. So with that, do I have any comments from the dais? Questions? So I'm going to motion to approve M26-253 and grant the zoning change and conditional use request.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Okay, great. Thank you. Any opposed? Okay. The next one is I motion to approve M26-254. Can I get a second? Seconded by Vice President Willard. All those in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, great. That's it. Thank you.
At the top of page 36, special orders of business. We have first order of business presentation celebrating New Orleans alumni. Change me? Okay. That's okay.
Madam Clerk, we'll take up Councilman King's item, and then we'll take up Delta Sigma Theta and followed by Kappa Alpha Psi.
At the top of page 30, item 23, ordinance calendar 35,450 by Councilmember King by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance 30,530 MCS as amended entitled, an ordinance providing an operating budget of revenues for the city of New Orleans for the year 2026 to appropriate funds for the implementation of NOPD's 8-district drone program within the French Quarter Economic Development District and otherwise to provide respects thereto.
Madam Clerk, I'm sorry. I was told that some people were not ready to go right now, so we'll just go back to the order of business.
Oh.
Yeah, after the special orders.
Special orders of business. First order of business presentation celebrating New Orleans alumni chapter Kappa Alpha Phi Fraternity Inc. 90th anniversary speakers: Douglas M. Evans, Robert Spears Sr., DDS, Harold Broussard Jr. I'm sorry. Second order of business. Presentation, New Orleans Alumni Chapter of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Inc. 90th Anniversary. Speaker Tracy L. Rowland. Recognizing the 90th anniversary of the New Orleans Alumni Chapter of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Inc. Their anniversary marks 90 years of sisterhood, growth, and public service in the greater New Orleans area. It is an opportunity to honor the sorority founders, the chapter's charter members, past and present leaders, and the countless members who have contributed to the development of the community. The chapter's history reflects resilience, leadership, and dedication to uplifting generations through education, advocacy, and civic engagement.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Clerk. And let me first just publicly thank my colleagues for your flexibility today. I know it's been a long day and it will be a long afternoon. But I am really honored to pay homage, pay tribute, and honor the extraordinary women of Delta Sigma Theta and to celebrate the 90th anniversary of the New Orleans alumni chapter of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated. You know, all of our Divine Nine organizations collectively do great work, but I say publicly and privately all the time, nobody does social action better than Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated. So much so that I wish every Divine Nine organization would replicate the playbook that you all have created. If I were to recognize every extraordinary and prominent Delta woman, we'd be here for another 1,913 days, so I'm going to refrain from doing that. And we have so many distinguished members of Delta Sigma Theta here today. From an economic standpoint, there have been several national conventions of Delta Sigma Theta, international conventions, I should say, that have convened here in the city of New Orleans. The most recent was under the leadership of former Centennial President Cynthia Marie Antoinette Butler McIntyre, who we certainly pay tribute to and appreciate her leadership. At the table, we have three extraordinary Delta women, the president of the New Orleans Alumni Chapter, and we're also thrilled to have two women who have served this city, who have served this state, who have served this nation, and are former members of the New Orleans City Council. Both just so happen to have represented District B. And so really thrilled to see former Councilwoman Renee Gill Pratt and the legendary, groundbreaking, trailblazer, Diana Bourgeois. And really quickly, what I will say about Senator Bourgeois, and I love both of these women, they know that. But you know, when I was a little intern 23 years ago running around the state capitol, a lot of people would treat interns as if we were invisible. Senator Bourgeois would always take time to interact with interns. And a true story, one day we were interacting in the hallway, and Senator Bourgeois was asking me about my future plans, and she said, one day you'll be a member of this legislature, which came to fruition. And the best advice she gave me, true story, she said, when you get here, she said, everybody's gonna fight to be on the money committees. She said, everybody's gonna wanna be on appropriations and ways and means. She said, but if you really wanna make a difference, she said, fight to get on the health committee. And I never forgot that, and I fought to get on that committee, and during my 6-year tenure in the House, I was the only member from New Orleans, Senator Bourgeois, on the health committee. And thanks to your great advice, was really able to fight for women, for children, for African Americans, for all people, and do some extraordinary things for New Orleans East Hospital. Collectively, I know I speak on behalf of my colleagues. It is our honor to give you your flowers. And we just thank you. We stand on your shoulders. We love you. We value you. We appreciate you. With that, Madam President, followed by Councilwoman Pratt and then Councilwoman Bourgeois.
Thank you. On behalf, good afternoon, members of the New Orleans City Council, distinguished guests, and fellow citizens. On behalf of the New Orleans Alumni Chapter of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated, I am honored to speak to this body today as we celebrate 90 years of service to the city of New Orleans. Since our chartering in 1936, our chapter has remained committed for the ideas of sisterhood, scholarship, service, and social action. For 9 decades, Delta women have worked alongside community leaders, educators, elected officials, and residents to strengthen our city and create opportunities for generations for New Orleanians. The New Orleans Alumni Chapter's legacy is reflected not only in our service, but also in the leadership of our members. Throughout our history, our sorors have served this city as educators, elected officials, judges, business leaders, healthcare professionals, advocates, and civic champions. Their influence can be found in classrooms, courtrooms, boardrooms, city agencies, and community organizations throughout New Orleans. New Orleans Alumni is often looked to as a leadership training ground. That legacy extends to the highest levels of our organization. We are especially proud that members of our chapter have served in every nationally elected office within Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated. Among them are Cynthia M.A. Butler McIntyre, who served as National President, National First Vice President, and Southwest Regional Director. Maddie Clarkson Braden, who served as the National Second Vice President. Gloria Bryan Banks, who served as National Secretary and Southwest Regional Director. And Carolyn Elaine Lewis, who served as National Treasurer and Chair of the Board of Directors of the Delta Research and Educational Foundation. Their leadership helped shape the direction of our beloved sisterhood and stands as a powerful testament to the caliber of women who have called the New Orleans Alumni Chapter home. We are deeply grateful to the City Council for recognizing our legacy and the countless sorors, past and present, whose dedication and sacrifices have made this milestone possible. As we celebrate our history, we remain focused in the future. We remain committed to empowering our youth, advocating for our communities, advancing economic development, promoting educational excellence, and fostering civic engagement throughout New Orleans. 90 years ago, visionary women planted seeds of service in New Orleans through their courage, commitment, and determination. Those seeds have blossomed into a legacy that continues to transform lives across our city and beyond. Today, we proudly celebrate the harvest and recommit ourselves to the work still ahead. Thank you for this recognition, for your partnership, and for your continued service to our city. The New Orleans Alumni Chapter is proud to stand alongside you as we work together to build a more stronger, more equitable, and more prosperous New Orleans for all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Before we go to Councilwoman Gil Pratt, I do want to acknowledge the presence of Judge Robin Pittman of Criminal District Court, as well as our Registrar of Voters, Lisa Marie Manning Bridges. You have almost as many initials as Cynthia M.A. Butler McIntyre.
I too would like to say thank you very much to the New Orleans City Council for recognizing the women, the fine women of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated, the New Orleans chapter. We service along with you. We want you to know that we continue to support you all and the citizens of the city of New Orleans, and to be ever aware that there's need for us to provide service, because that's what we do. We are a service sorority, and we are social action. And we don't just speak, we act. And thank you very much for this opportunity for us to be here today.
Thank you, Councilwoman Gil Pratt. I also want to acknowledge that Judge Cheryl Howard was also with us. Councilwoman, Senator, President Pro Tem Bourgeois.
First of all, since I'm close enough to you. Yeah. First of all, I want to thank you all for having us here. When I came this morning, I said, well, I put on all these clothes, let me come back. So, I went to a function at Central City, man, so I came back over here after I found out it was going to be on again at 12:30. And I just want to thank y'all for taking the time to recognize us. You know, I'm one of, have my pin on, I'm a 50-year Delta, which is in itself an honor. And so as much as 90 years of sorority, the Alumni Chapter, I've been with it 50 years. So I got my own celebration going on. I'm so proud of it. I've always been very proud to be a member of Delta Sigma Theta. And let me just say on this council, I certainly want to recognize my councilwoman, who's doing a great job. And so many of y'all I know, and I'm looking at Council President Morrell. I knew him when he was a little boy. And so I had a horse over with his daddy and his mom. So we go way back. His mother is father both work. I've worked with him on different, in different capacities. I worked with the deity and the legislature and the mom on the council. And I'm looking at Senator Green, not Senator, Councilman Green. You know, you every way. So, and I want to commend you on that. And certainly, Councilman Lewis, he's so close to his aunt. I'm giving her a name, but anyway, I'll congratulate you on your new stepping into the council. And you're already doing great things. I kind of follow y'all and keep up with you. I think that's important. It's always been somebody say, you ain't got nothing else to do, Diane? I say, that's important. Y'all need to do some of that. Follow what's going on so you can have input to it and know where we are. Because this is some very trying times we're living in. But certainly, and all the other council people, I don't know them as well, but I look forward to working with you all. Council lady from District 8. And who do I miss? Anybody else? Freddie. Oh, I know Freddie. Where is he? I don't see him over there. He is. I can't see too good. I'm just gonna be honest with you. You're doing a tremendous job. You got a tough district. And I can remember when I was in the legislature, because Paulette Irons represented the French quarters, and Jackie Clarkson, and so, you know, and I say a tough district because it's one that's very, very involved, and we rely on that area a lot. A lot of things in your area is so important to the city. So I'm not gonna take up all y'all time, but I just want to congratulate y'all. Y'all got a lot before you, but please call on me if there's anything I can help with. I'll be happy to help you in any way I can. And like I said, I've known many of you for all your life, and some of you just, you know, late in life, but I still got a lot of respect for you. And so I say, I raise it and I say to you, God bless you and keep you all in prayer so that you all can make these tough decisions that you have to make every day. And thank you so much for having us.
Thank you, Senator Bourgeois, and we just thank you. You've cracked so many glass ceilings in the legislature, including being the first woman to serve as President Pro Tem of the Senate, which was traditionally a boys' club. So congratulations and thank you. We'll start with Councilmember Green, then Councilmember McCarron, and we'll go down the line.
Good afternoon. I am so honored to be here today to celebrate the 90th anniversary of Delta Sigma Theta, the New Orleans Alumni Chapter. Yes, I am so proud to have grown up in the household of a Delta. Mrs. John B. Green. Yes. My sister is Janelle Green. She was once the cotillion queen, and she's just so motivated by Delta. Has done so many things for her. And also, I'm the brother-in-law of Roxanne Green, who lives in Dallas. But there are so many other Deltas in my life. Through my church, Bethany United Methodist Church, through Pontchartrain Park, a good number of Deltas who've lived and helped to build that community. But what I'm proud to say today is that I'm proud to be a New Orleanian for a variety of reasons. And I am proud. I've spent time away. I'm back here in this city because I love this city. But one of the reasons that I love this city is that I grew up in the household of someone who was committed to social service, committed to voter registration, committed to promoting the arts, to promoting black women in business. My mother, and she was motivated because she was a Delta and she was around so many successful women. So I want to say two important words to you. And I'm saying this from my mother, who's watching us. I firmly believe that. Thank you. Thank you for having the influence in my life that you've had and in helping my mother through her years to do better and to contribute more to society. Happy 90th, and I look forward to celebrating with you for many, many more decades. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Green. Councilmember McCarron.
Well, thank you, Councilmember Hughes, for bringing the Deltas here. So I have an AKA in my office. I'm trying to stay neutral, but when Judge Pittman said I need some red flair, I put on my red council pin. So thank y'all so much. Congratulations to you all on the 90 years, distinguished service and lasting impact through decades of social change, civil rights advocacy, educational initiatives, scholarships, and community service. This chapter has remained a leading force in New Orleans. So we really appreciate you, congratulate you, and I look forward to working with y'all in the future as well. Thank you so much.
Councilmember Harris.
My councilwoman, my senator, I walk in your footsteps and I lead, hopefully, with the grace that you led with. I want to congratulate you all on 90 years. And I am honestly jealous of the sisterhood that you have. I know when there are forces trying to tear you down, you have the sisterhood to lift each other up. And I find that to be extraordinary. I'm proud of the service that you provide. Senator, Councilwoman, you're still in service. We're at OPDEC together on those crazy nights. We're fighting together in the trenches, making sure that our communities stay strong. And I just want to commend each and every one of you for your service to our community. I also have to say and recognize Dominique Lang-Jackson, who is in my office, who's dressed in red behind me. She is a Delta, and her mother is here as well. Wave your hand. Also Delta. And so I just want to say thank you so much for everything you do. I just commend everything you do, and I'm so proud to be part of the community and the sisterhood of being a District B Councilwoman.
Councilmember King.
Thank you, Councilman Hughes. Thank you for inviting the ladies of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated to the council chambers. There's so many ladies in the audience that I know personally who've done so many great things. Judge Pittman, I saw Ms. Brock earlier. Shout out to Ms. Butler McIntyre, who lives in Algiers and holds it down all the time for Delta. She recently, I believe, did her 50th year graduation at Dillard University, and just so many other ladies in the audience. I see Mr. Large, our very own. But I want to say, just give a quick story. Councilman Hughes gave a story about his encounter with Ms. Bourgeois, and I want to give a quick one. I'm not sure if I said this before, so if it's a bit redundant, just indulge me for a second. We was at Whole Foods on Magazine years ago, and I had two of my kids in the grocery basket, and they had to use the restroom really bad, and I didn't know anybody in the store, and I couldn't bring them. I think I had two girls with me. So I walked up to you, I said, ma'am, you don't know me, but I know you. I said, I'm friends with Ms. Lena, so can you watch my kids while I go to the restaurant? And you did, and it was all good. And that's my first encounter with you a couple years ago. I only had two kids at the time, so I'll let you know how long ago it was. But nonetheless, ladies, thank you all for all the work and the service and uplift you provide to our community, and with all of the negative stereotypes for our young black women to see. It's very uplifting and refreshing and reassuring to have them be able to see professional black women who carry themselves the way you do, and continue to set a good example for them. So thank you.
Council Vice President.
Thank you, Councilmember Hughes. Congratulations to the ladies of Delta Sigma Theta on 90-year anniversary. That is quite the milestone. I remember from my days in the legislature when you guys would show up to the state capitol on your lobby day and just overwhelm us with the sea of red and white in the hallways. And one thing that has always impressed me about the women of the Delta sorority is that it's about empowerment. It's like a movement, right? It's about empowerment. It's about leadership. It's about sisterhood. And it's about action, not just talking. And that has always been something that you all have done that has impressed me. Elections roll around, the Deltas are on the streets, in the churches, making sure everybody knows that there's an election coming up. Constitutional amendments are on the ballot. The Deltas are going to neighborhood associations, churches, civic organization meetings, and letting everybody know, not pushing them one way or the other. This is what a yes vote does. This is what a no vote does. That voter engagement, that voter education. You organize voter registration drives. You host town halls and forums to talk about policy issues that affect our community, that affect women overall. And that is the type of partners that the city of New Orleans not only wants, but needs. So congrats on this 90 years. I won't be here, but I'm sure in 90 years from now, there'll be another group of people congratulating you on continuing that effort. So pass the torch down and let's create the type of leaders that we both want and need in our community. Thank you so much.
Council President.
Well, I mean, I guess Matthew stole my whole speech. So, I mean, it was really good, but that's I don't know if he like cribbed from me or something, but seriously though, I have to begin with, as y'all know, many of you know my mother, she's an educator, and there's that old adage that it takes a village to raise a child. And when I look at Councilmember Pratt, when I look at Senator Bourgeois, this was my village as a child. I will tell you, I've literally known Senator Bourgeois pretty much my entire life. My dad entered the legislature in 1984 when I was 6 years old. And about the only senator my dad listened to was Senator Bourgeois. And if you know my dad, and Senator Bourgeois, you know my dad, she was the only person that could sit Arthur Morrell down and say, Arthur, you need to vote this way, Arthur, you need to vote that way. And he would always meekly say, yes, Senator Bourgeois, yes, Diana, I'll do whatever you say. Councilmember Pratt, before I enter public service, Councilmember Pratt and my mother, along with Councilman Willard's aunt, served during Hurricane Katrina. And when I say that was a crucible that broke so many people, and there were people who rose to the occasion to protect our neighborhoods and our communities, I had just graduated law school, and I was an indentured servant to my mother and the council after Katrina, and I can tell you the work that Councilmember Pratt did for District B, the collaborative work with your colleagues to bring back neighborhoods and communities and to speak for those people who were displaced, you will never get the thanks you deserve for the work you did. And finally, just to the sisterhood as a whole, intelligence is the torch of wisdom. I mean, when you talk about mottos that we need to hear and the facts that we need to see today in this country, I will tell you that from my childhood, my mother impressed upon me how important education is. And I can tell you that in my personal, professional, and political interaction with Delta Sigma Theta, you guys do so much work. Sorry, you women do so much work to educate people, to learn what's going on, to think for themselves, and to engage their communities. And the gift of intelligence and education is often underestimated. But when you look at the future of this country, the future of this city, the future of the black community, those efforts to educate everyone in our community to be engaged in every aspect of civic service, that is the torch you bring to every single thing that you do as an organization. And so I'm humbled to be here. I'm humbled to be with my village. And as usual, we're here as a council to serve and help you promote your message and the effort y'all do across the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated, on behalf of the New Orleans City Council, and I think I saw Miss Hattie Broussard. Where's Miss Hattie Broussard? Stand up, Miss Hattie Broussard. I know she's trying to hide, but she is a quiet storm, and I just want to say publicly, I am just forever grateful to you, and I mean that. Thank you. Proud constituent of District E. So on behalf of the New Orleans City Council, we are honored to pay tribute and celebrate Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated New Orleans Alumni Chapter on your 90th anniversary. And now I'm going to ask for your cooperation. I know Delta women can do this. We need you to move quickly. Judge Pittman, Judge Howard, Registrar, need you three sitting in those seats, and then I need the rest of you to fan behind the table quickly. We need to make it happen in 30 seconds. Thank you.
Don't play with it.
You guys get
First order of business. Presentation celebrating New Orleans Alumni Chapter Kappa Alpha Psi Fraternity, Inc. 90th anniversary. Speakers Douglas M. Evans, Robert Spears Sr., DDS, Harold Broussard Jr., Brian Hunter, Cardell Thomas, Lavon Laban, Rudy Gorell, and Elvin Barrington. Recognizing the New Orleans Alumni Chapter of Kappa Alpha Psi Fraternity, Inc. 90th anniversary. The New Orleans Alumni Chapter remains one of the most historic and influential chapters within the Southwestern Province. Through its continued work through mentorship, civic engagement, and leadership development, the chapter remains dedicated to advancing the mission of Kappa Alpha Psi while strengthening the communities it serves throughout greater New Orleans area.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. It is indeed my honor to pay tribute to. It is my honor to pay tribute to an extraordinary fraternity that I just so happen to be a member of, to my brothers of Kappa Alpha Psi Fraternity Incorporated, New Orleans Alumni Chapter, on the celebration of its 90th anniversary. Kappa Alpha Psi has done so much for me, I won't go into detail. Councilmember Green, unlike Alpha Phi Alpha, if I started talking about all the achievements of this illustrious organization, we'd be here for another 1,911 years.
He just wants to get me started.
but on a serious note, Kappa Alpha Psi has contributed so much to this city through so many initiatives. And I talked about the economic impact of Delta Sigma Theta. Kappa Alpha Psi has now brought our conclave, our international convention, to the city of New Orleans twice. And I'm proud to announce that we will be descending upon the city of New Orleans again in 2029, infusing millions of dollars into our economy. Brothers, I just want you to know I love and appreciate you. I appreciate everything you do for our city, our state, and our nation. The brothers you see in white coats are our 50-year brothers, 50 years or more of dedicated service to our noble clan. And today, proud to have our Polemark Fisher, as well as Elder Watson Diggs awardee, Brother Alvin Barrington, and one of my predecessors, former council member James Gray, who represented District E as well. And I know there's brothers who are part of our city's workforce, like Brother Tracy Madison and Brother Darren Meyer. See former Superintendent Henderson Lewis, and nationally acclaimed artist El Kasimu Harris. I'm gonna stop calling names because I'm gonna forget somebody, but Brother Polemark, I'll yield to you.
Hughes. Good evening, distinguished guests and members of City Council, and brothers and friends and allies. It is truly an honor to stand before you today as we commemorate a remarkable milestone, Kappa Alpha Psi Incorporated's 90th anniversary, 90 years of unswavering dedication to leadership, academic excellence, community service. Brotherhood is a testament to our enduring spirit and impactful legacy to the city. Over the past 9 decades, Kappa Alpha Psi Incorporated has not only fostered countless leaders, but has also profoundly enriched our community through mentorship, programs, philanthropic endeavors, civic engagement. Our fraternity has exemplified what it means to serve with integrity and compassion. Again, we're very honored to have been honored here today in acceptance of our 90th anniversary. So thank you for the time.
Diggs awardee.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Council and Brother Hughes. Just thank you so much for your leadership and opportunity to recognize our chapter. Like Polemark Fisher said, for 9 decades, the New Orleans Alumni Chapter has served this community, and we have achieved in every field of human endeavor. From brothers like Morris F.X. Jeff, so many guys in the civil rights movement. And when I arrived here in New Orleans after Katrina, I just look at so many stalwart men that was in this chapter. And to the left of our Polemark, Brother Theo George, who is 94 years of age, celebrating this year 71 years of membership in our fraternity. And just today, how he continues to engage in voter registration and do those things just gives us all hope to know that we have more work to do. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here and recognizing our organization. Thank you, and again, it's an honor to be here. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Barrett. And Brother George, we stand on your shoulders. 1955, you were initiated into the Alpha Sigma chapter of Kappa Alpha Psi.
Hey!
And last but not least, I would be remiss if I did not allow Brother Gray to say a few words. Thank you so much for your dedicated service to the city of New Orleans as a member of this city council.
Well, thank you very much. First of all, in this great organization, I'm a foot soldier, but a happy foot soldier, because there's so many good leaders to follow in Kappa Alpha Psi. And we have always tried to be of service to the community that we're in. There are a lot of names, and I'm not going to I'll call one name and say it's 20 more just like him. Philip Baptiste. The old folks in the room will remember Philip Baptiste in the city of New Orleans. He was a Kappa. There were plenty more like him. We are happy to be here. We will continue to serve, and we are thankful for the recognition we've been given today. And I have to say, I hope the brothers don't get upset with me, that I have to mention my two Deltas, Judge Ernestine Gray and Senator Cheryl Gray, who weren't here with the Deltas, but who are my wife and daughter. We are glad to be of service to the city.
Awesome.
Thank you, Brother Councilman. Brothers, appreciate you all. To our 50-year, newly inducted 50-year brothers, we do have proclamations for each of you. We'll get those to you. They're here. We'll begin to hear from our colleagues, beginning with Councilmember Green and Councilmember McCarron.
Happy 90th, and as I look at you all and know of the other members of Kappa, the Kappas that I know, I'm just so proud to say that I know so many of you, and you're in such distinguished positions. You've made tremendous contributions, and I could name additional names, but I see folks out there. I see you all doing things in our community that's making a difference, whether it be with the Zulu Social Aid and Pleasure Club, whether it be with the churches with which you're involved, the ministry that you teach, the work that you do to support our entrepreneurs in our city. So I just want to say to all of you all that the city of New Orleans appreciates the work. You look great. You look great. And James, I haven't seen you in that white jacket before. You look very distinguished. I like it. I didn't know that you were 50 years, but I'm just so honored. As a member of the Divine Nine, I am a 44-year member of Alpha Phi Alpha fraternity. I'm pleased to be in the Divine Nine and to work with you all to enhance the quality of life in our city. It makes a great difference. Thank you for what you do here in our state, throughout our nation, and the world. Thank you.
Councilmember McCarron.
Well, thank you, Councilmember Hughes, and congrats to you on the 90th anniversary of your fraternity. I was going to say, you guys look amazing out there. I mean, the colors, it's wonderful to have you all here. So we appreciate you. We honor the accomplishments of the men of this chapter and other chapters around the country for your years of leadership, service, impact, and your unwavering commitment to the city of New Orleans. Your collective efforts have created a legacy that will inspire current and future generations of young men, and I'm honored to serve alongside Councilmember Hughes. You are a wonderful partner on the council, so I think it's a reflection of your brothers as well.
Thank you, Councilmember McCarron. Councilmember Harris.
Congratulations on 90 years. I see so many of you who I call friends. Councilmember James Gray, I've known you since I was a baby lawyer. I've known your nephew, John Poindexter, since I was at UVA, and so I feel like I'm a member of your family, and I just want to say how proud I am of you and your brothers for all of the service that you do in our community, in New Orleans, in the state of Louisiana, in the United States and across the globe, because I know that this is a global fraternity. So just congratulations. Thank you for everything that you do. And I look forward to working with each of you again. Rudy, you're on the ground. You're on the ground, my friend. And I can't wait to work with you.
Last but not least, right year, wrong fraternity, my brother, Councilman Freddie King.
I appreciate that. Councilmember Hughes, you're on the road, Deltas, and you got the men of Kappa Alpha Psi here. thank y'all for coming out here. And the same thing I told the ladies of Delta Sigma Theta. In today's society, it doesn't take much. You have to go far to see the wrong examples for our young men to follow behind. But you all said, come on up here, Brother Gary, come on up late. But I got to call him out. You wasn't the timekeeper, I see. Somebody will catch that. But thank you all, fellas. Thank you all for being an example to our young men of what to do and how to act. Special shout out to my good friend, Judge Rudy Guerrero. I've been knowing him since he was a commissioner in criminal court, and he's been setting a good example for me as a young attorney on how to conduct himself in and out of the courtroom. So thank you for that, Rudy, and all of the judge, everybody. I can keep going on and on, but I won't. But just thank you all for the example and your trailblazing in the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman King. Brothers, in closing, let me just say this. Folks often say politics is a lonely journey. But I can honestly and publicly say I have never felt the loneliness that a lot of people feel in politics, because you all have had my back literally every step of the way. And I just want y'all to know from the bottom of my heart, I love and appreciate each and every one of you. God bless you, and to the New Orleans alumni chapter of Kappa Alpha Psi Fraternity Incorporated, happy 90th anniversary, and keep achieving.
Yo. Hold on. Hey, like that. Don't move. Don't move.
At the top, on page 33, we have item 31, Resolution R26-256 by Councilmember Green by request. A resolution providing approval and authorization for the issuance of not to exceed $225 million New Orleans Aviation Board drawdown bond anticipation notes in order to finance additional capital improvements at the Louis Armstrong New Orleans International Airport prior to the issuance of bonds to finance the same and providing for other matters in connection therewith.
Thank you, members. Excuse me, I have a point of order that I need to address. We were told that we needed to take things in order. So, for example, I wanted to address the Convention Center Heritage Park with the Omni Hotel, but we're told by Council President's Chief of Staff that we're going in order of the agenda. So I just want clarification. Are we going in order of agenda or are we not?
We were planning, as of yesterday, to go in order of the agenda. There have been issues today that have led to it being moved around. I would think that you would want to take the Convention Center Park with the vote on the height, but if you would like to take it earlier in the agenda, you may do so.
What I asked or what my staff asked your Chief of Staff was to discuss both the Heritage Park and the height at the same time, since they are both land use matters. But we're told that because it was at the end of the agenda, we would have to take things in order. So the question is, are we taking things in order? Are we taking things out of order? And that is my question. That is the point of order that I'm asking about.
Okay, well, let's get into that. So the point of order is, are we taking items today in order? Other council members have approached me throughout the day to ask me to take their items out of order. You have not approached me or asked me to move your item up.
My staff asked your staff.
Well, you have my cell phone number and you can call me and speak to me directly.
Excuse me, sir.
Your question's been answered.
It has not. It has not been answered, and you will not disrespect me on this dais. My staff asked your staff, which is customary, as we all know, to take the items together. We were told no. Thank you.
This matter being brought before the body is brought, as is customary, to the City Council after it's been reviewed by the Airport Board of Commissioners and also decided on. So this is a $225 million bond issuance that will fund capital projects that have been approved but are not funded yet. The bond anticipation notes are short-term, and the airport plans to pay off this note with a bond issuance in 2027. We have one comment from Mr. Gary Crockett. If Mr. Crockett is not here, members, if you have no questions and there are no comments online, I move for approval of resolution number 26-256. May I get a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Harris. Members, please, by voice vote, all in favor? Aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? Thank you. That measure 26-256 passes. Thank you.
We had 5 yeas, no nays.
5 yeas.
On page 34, we have item 32, Resolution R26-257 by Councilmember Green by request. A resolution authorizing and approving the execution, issuance, sale, and delivery of the New Orleans Aviation Board of not to exceed $350 million of the New Orleans Aviation Board refunding bonds in one or more series to refund the 2017 General Airport Revenue Bonds and providing for other matters in connection therewith.
This approves $350 million of a refinancing, and it's important to emphasize the refinancing of the 2017 General Airport Revenue Bonds. The bonds were first issued in 2017 and were used as part of the funding for what is now the beautiful, functional new terminal. These bonds are eligible to be refinanced at a better interest rate at the end of 2026. If there are no comments online or from the dais, I'll ask for approval of Resolution 26-257. I move. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Harris. Members, all in favor, please say yes.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The measure passes 5-0. 26-257. Thank you, council members, for your support.
At the top of page 30, we have item 23, ordinance calendar 35,450 by Councilmember King by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance 30,530 MCS as amended entitled, an ordinance providing an operating budget of revenues for the city of New Orleans for the year 2026 to appropriate funds for the implementation of NOPD 8 District Drone Program within the French Quarter Economic Development District and otherwise to provide respects thereto.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I encourage everyone, if you haven't, fill out a card and you're interested in speaking, please do so at this time. Edith Romero, followed by Alex. I'm sorry, I can't pronounce can't make out the last name. 1562, not Russian, please. Ms. Romero.
Hello, my name is Hazel Romero. I'm an organizer with Ion Surveillance. I live in 1918 General Taylor Street. I am here to oppose and ask you to vote no on the allocation and appropriation of funds for this dangerous police drone program. I want to thank council members who have stood with us, the people of New Orleans, on the side of human rights and civil liberties, who are standing with us to safeguard our privacy. I ask you to please safeguard our privacy and our civil rights again. All council members were here when NOPD actually admitted that they're actually recording footage of people's backyards. Not only are they recording it, they're going back to it. They have a record of this in their servers. This is a huge issue. A huge issue with privacy, a huge issue of this footage being used for abusive purposes. I also encourage you to look at the Skydio flight logs from last year. Bruce mentioned it, but more than 70% of these flight logs of each deployment has no reason. That means that we don't know why these drones were deployed. Could it be to watch over a protest? Could it be to stalk an ex, as cops have done in the past with surveillance? We do not know. So I ask you to please vote against appropriating funds for this invasive and expensive program and actually halt the current drone program and conduct an investigation into these serious accountability issues. They're violating their own policy. They're not even submitting the annual report that they have to submit each year. We cannot have more of these issues, especially in the climate that we're living in, with surveillance being used against us as immigrants, as activists, as people with free speech. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Alex J. next? Alex.
Hi, my name is Alex Jewish. I did actually submit my first comment card for item number 35451. I did just submit a comment card for this one, so I don't know what's going on there. They looked the same to me, but I'd like to speak on both if I can. Everything Edith said, same. Also there has been so little transparency throughout this entire process. Something that I think is kind of getting lost in the fact that this is for the FQMD that already has a policing budget that is spending millions of dollars on policing, and this money is coming from their public safety budget. And when I asked them at their meeting, hey, 4 of the playgrounds that have the highest lead levels in the city are in the French Quarter, why can't we put that money towards removing the lead? They said that wasn't their concern. So I don't know how a $750,000 price tag for one drone, where a majority of the money we don't even know where it's coming from. There's $500,000 from an anonymous private investor that they've refused to share with us. I don't know if they've shared them with you. Would love to know if they have. There's huge holes in their reporting programs. They came here and assured you guys that this was a program that was going to be, just expanding upon already existing infrastructure and that we shouldn't have to worry, but the infrastructure they're assuring us of is broken. And I don't want you guys making these decisions without the full story. I don't know how to get that full story. We've waited so long for these FOIA reports, but please make informed voting decisions on issues that are going to be impacting everyone in New Orleans because we're already talking about expanding this program. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. And just for the record, we do have both of your comment cards up here. Thank you. Mr. Bruce Riley, followed by Jeremy Jong.
Thank you, members of council. Bruce Riley with Vote. First, I just want to, I'm in opposition to this, and as we all know, budgets are either-or situations. We either spend it on this or we spend it on that. And so we're choosing to spend all this money on what ultimately is the civil rights issue collectively of our era. And we just heard some amazing lions before us talking about the work they did on civil rights. What we do around technology and surveillance and digital things, and those of you who have kids know how difficult it is to live a healthy life when you're glued to this thing that's trying to sell you stuff, control things, get you to vote this way, get you to buy that, and things are getting a little out of hand. And so similar to wiretapping laws and whatnot, where it's deemed to be a violation of one's privacy to do general governmental surveillance of wiretapping, so too we're going to be getting to this issue around privacy and civil rights around general surveillance. I'm a resident of the French Quarter. I get tired of all the surveillance, to be honest. If I put a camera outside your houses, you'd probably be tired of it too. You might even file some kind of complaint saying this is I can't wake up to this camera. This is not fair. It's not right. So one camera is one camera too many. We already have QR codes going on all our cars thanks to Jeff Landry that we're going to drive under stuff. They're going to say everything about us. We got license plate readers. We've got the flock cameras. And so really they're just building out these profiles that live in the Skydio cloud. Do you know who owns Skydio? I don't. It's a privately held company. I mean, I know these three owners, but I don't know all their investors. So who has access to that cloud? What are they doing with the data? You're going to be talking about how you're going to decline the building and construction of data centers here in Orleans. What do you think goes in the data centers? All this information that we are compiling about ourselves, just trying to live our lives. I think it's dehumanizing, and as was said, 99.9% of the flights, according to the report, did not result in an arrest. 99.9%. So if we're talking about all the help we're going to get out of these things, look at 99% did not. They're not doing the things that they say they're going to do. It's just active surveillance, building infrastructure, and surveillance.
Thank you, Mr. Riley. Mr. Jung, followed by, we have Alex again. Then Joseph R.
Thank you, Councilman King, for pronouncing my name correctly. Shout out to you. I'm going to echo everything that everyone has said about the privacy concerns, the civil rights concerns, the over-policing concerns. I'm just going to approach this from my specific angle. I'm an immigration lawyer. I am counsel on a few cases involving OPSO and the federal consent decree that keeps OPSO from handing over lots of people to ICE, right? The thing that particularly concerns me about this drone program is Act 399, which was passed by the Louisiana legislature last year. It essentially prevents, for the most part, it prevents OPSO, it prevents NOPD, it prevents the city government from refusing to share information with ICE, from refusing things that they want, right? So my concern with this is if you build it, ICE will have access to it. Under Act 399, it is illegal to refuse to share drone footage, right? And so this is going to get some of your constituents deported. And I think, I don't know if you all have paid attention to, I'm sure you have, to all the elections of last night and all the elected officials across the country that have been, all the Democratic elected officials across the country that have been voted out for cooperating with ICE, for building systems like this that ICE can then use to deport people. Thanks.
Thank you. Sorry, Alex, if you spoke already, I just want to let you know you got your card. I want you to think we didn't have it, but you spoke already on the item.
Could I speak for
Joseph? Joseph R. lives at 8216 Sycamore. He's in opposition. Rosenwood, okay. Joseph is in opposition. Aaron Snelling, 921 Hagan Avenue, in opposition. Mr. Bruce Riley, I have you already. Jess Pinkham.
I'm Jess Pinkham. I live in the French Quarter. I'm among the throngs of people actively losing money to be here. And I want to amen what everybody's saying. Bruce is my neighbor, and he just pointed out some interesting statistics from April 2026 for the 8th District, which was that the ratio of incidents of subject needs to be moved, is that the right language, is 67 times that of parking violations or arrests. So like the math just doesn't add up, but also I wish that y'all were reading out all the comment cards of the people who were here this morning, because I think you actively robbed the community of a chance to speak again, which is the second time you've done this. I really appreciate the comment time being extended this morning, but people showed up at 10 a.m. to hold y'all accountable on a vote you said was happening at 10 a.m. That fraternity and sorority celebration was beautiful, but what about the fraternity of unions who are organizing around this stuff? If you're gonna celebrate fraternal energy, celebrate organizers. And it's not appropriate that people were asked to then just leave with a nebulous time frame. I really appreciate the staffer who kept me filled in on timing, but you took the air out of the room in this argument, which means a lot to a lot of people. And I wish y'all would clarify your agenda items. I don't understand how there can be two ordinances that have the exact same language. It would be really helpful if you invested some money in making city council procedures more legible, because there are people in the city who really want to participate and care, and you're making it astoundingly difficult.
Gary Crockett, in opposition. Mr. Gary Crockett. All right. Mr. Will Dubose in support. Roseanne Adderley.
Good afternoon. Thank y'all for hearing our comments. I second what my sister said about making this process a little easier on the public. I'm lucky enough to have the kind of professional job that I can run away from, but it makes it very difficult to speak up on something that is incredibly important. I have lived in this city since 1996, and I have never come here to comment. I want to echo what was said about what is being normalized in this country about over-surveillance. All right, this feels like, oh, it's just the French Quarter. People have said they're worried about this thing or the next thing. The two things that I would highlight, no one has shown any persuasive academic, scientific data that anyone is going to benefit from this in safety or otherwise. What it has been shown time and time again is that it leads to over-policing and racial profiling and violation of privacy. More to the point, and I emphasize that I am not saying that anything we are doing today is similar to either Jim Crow or slavery. I am a historian by profession. I study how terrible things are normalized over time by small actions, all right? We are a powerful, wonderful city from which I learn something new every day, and this is an opportunity for this council to step back and say, you know what, we are not going to join this march to over-surveillance and weird devices that people are profiting from by making spying on the general public and making people's ability to live their human rights every day not possible. All right, you have a real opportunity here. I have faith in your ability to use it. I thank you for hearing me.
Samara Smith. Followed by Mr. Osa, 9217 Apple Street.
Hi, my name is Samara Smith. I'm resident of District A. And as so many of the people that said before me, my concern around why I am in opposition of the drone program that we're hearing today is echoing literally everything that's been said and that most of you already know. This is the most incarcerated state in the most incarcerated country in the world. How does this program in any way help us move away from that? How is the continued surveillance and how is the continued persecution of your citizens, of your residents, of your taxpayers, going to benefit the safety of anyone in our community? The people who own these programs and who create these systems, they don't live here. They actively benefit from the suffering of residents in New Orleans. And the reality is, if we continue to normalize the idea that it's fine to watch people, to maintain this idea that you're waiting for a crime to happen and that's the only way we can present the idea of safety, then we're never gonna be safe. If you're not going to invest in actual community structures that give people an opportunity to create a safe neighborhood, then we're never going to be safe. We're in a budget crisis right now. Obviously, the question's gonna happen over and over again today, like Bruce already said. We spend it on this or we spend it on that. If this is a question of safety, you have an opportunity to invest in community. You have an opportunity to invest in programs that actually create safe neighborhoods and create a safe environment. Look at the funding that's being stripped from so many of our community programs, like what's happening in the health department. Do you think that doesn't contribute to safety? How is a camera in the sky going to make me any more safe than having less vaccines or having less community opportunities for jobs? Please vote no on this program.
At this time, Mr. Osa, and just to make sure everyone is crystal clear on what's being done and what's being voted on, we're going to have Ms. Becknell explain the two motions, the two ordinances in front of us. So we'll let Mr. Osa speak, and then Ms. Becknell going to have the floor.
Hey, Osa Adun, 9217 Apple Street. I look at everything that's happening federally, internationally, the confluence of all these tech companies and right-wing uprisings across the Americas. And it's typically not taken from this perspective, but the reality is the people making these decisions, you're building your own prisons. You're building a world where you won't be able to be free, right? You're building a place where almost every facet of society is going to build a case against you. Like the historian said, who spoke before me, the Nuremberg trials after World War II were a remarkable event. But even more remarkable now that we have all these digital tools open to the public, people are much more intentional about how they use and interact these tools and how they interact with power structures. Everything that's happening from the confluence of the Israeli government mending with the Israeli military-industrial complex blending with the American industrial complex and surveillance quotas, and none of it is going to make anybody happy. It's all going to, it's all going to come crumbling down, and it's already happening, right? My hope is that you just don't build your own prisons. That's it.
Thank you. Any more public comment in opposition? Any more public comment? You can fill a card out, sir. What's the name?
Antoine Clavel.
Okay, you can come to the podium.
Hi, my name is Antoine Clavel. I live on Caleric Street. I'm in agreement with everything that has been said so far. I would like to conduct a thought experiment on that drone is not going to help you doing what you said it's going to do. Like, there is already hundreds of cameras in the French Quarter. We actually mapped them. There is something like 132. So most corners are already policed by camera. What is one extra flying camera going to bring you? And that drone is dubbed drone as first responder, meaning like that's the first line of response. But the drone is still a flying camera. That's all that is. When the drone is filming something bad, you still need a cop. You still need an EMS. You still need a first responder, an actual first responder to go on scene. That drone program is the cost of 5 or 6 annual salary for those people. Why do you need one extra camera when you have already plenty? Like again, we're mapping those cameras. The city provides through the data website an exhaustive list of all those cameras in the French Quarter. There is plenty. If you want to add one, if there is a dead angle somewhere, add a camera for the cost of like 5K. Don't buy a 750K flying camera. That won't help you. It won't do what you say it's gonna do. Or like explain to me, oh, one extra flying camera will solve anything. You already have plenty, and you still need an actual physical, real police officer to go on site. The drone cannot shoot people. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone comments that I missed? Ms. Becknell?
Yes, council member. So I've consulted with our council fiscal office to make sure I fully understand this. Essentially, the purpose of these two ordinances is to move the money that was already appropriated by the FQEDD in order to get it into the correct account so that it can be spent properly. The reason that there are two of them, one of them is an ordinance that amends the operating budget of revenues. That's number 35450. Whereas Ordinance 35451 amends the operating budget of expenditures. It is mostly technical that there are two separate ordinances in order to keep the budget correct, but the purpose of the ordinances together is to move the money that was appropriated by the prior FQEDD votes.
Councilman King, can I ask a follow-up question, please? Sure. I think that hearing some of the commentary today of Ms. Becknell, I think you might want to address this. Is it possible, and I don't think it is, if FQMD appropriates money to a function, let's say, for example, this program, can that money be reappropriated to anything else?
No, this is the money that has to follow the FQEDD budget as approved by the FQEDD board. So this is just the physical movement of the money.
And how the FQEDD expends money is defined by state law, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
All right. Out of an abundance of caution and make sure everyone has a chance to be properly heard, number 3 cards for the second ordinance. I'm going to offer you the time to speak right now. So that was Miss Alex J. I don't want to pronounce the wrong name. Bruce Riley and Samara Smith. You have 2 minutes to come and express your concerns about the second ordinance.
Hi, everyone. Yeah, Alex Chuish. Just real quick, wanted to say, yeah, so like they have a budget and it's supposed to be for public safety. We know that. It doesn't change that they're asking also from y'all an extra $250,000 for this, but heard.
But that's not correct. We're not giving them any money.
You voted on, can I keep my time?
You pause our time for a second? I'm sorry. I'm not trying to take your time, but just to clarify, the city, the general fund, is not giving them any money. We're required by state law, because we oversee the EDD. If they want to spend money, we have to approve how they move money in their budget. So I understand that's been part of the, I'm not saying that speaks of the underlying appropriateness of drones, but I'm saying as far as the money, it's their budget. Yeah. They're procedurally required to come to us to move their money around. There is no general fund money that's matching this or going into this.
Okay. So you could vote no.
We could vote no.
Great, awesome. Thank you. Would love if you voted no. I appreciate you giving me my second chance to speak because I also wanted to platform 2 people that couldn't be here today that have influenced my opinions on this as well. Sunny Munn is one who she is a mental health professional. She has expressed a lot of concern about the NOPD saying that they were going to be using these surveillance drones for mental health, saying that in her experience this could cause way more harm than good and end up actually harming more people around them because if someone's having a mental health crisis, seeing a drone fly near them is probably not the best thing. And then the other person is Prince Holmes. He is a youth organizer in New Orleans and an amazing citizen who was wrongfully identified with Caesar Casino's facial recognition technology and accused of a crime that he did not commit. I understand that the drones don't have the facial recognition in them, but we did learn from NOPD that all of the software could be run through facial recognition, so that is a further issue with that technology I have.
Before you come up, Mr. Riley, is Samara Smith here? Okay, just want to make sure you got you. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Councilman King. Bruce Riley, vote. I encourage you to encourage the French Quarter Management District to be a little bit more responsive to the people who live in the quarter. It's not just a collection of restaurants. There's people who live there. My daughter went to school in the quarter. There's people with puppy dogs in the quarter. There's all these things going on in the quarter that maybe they're not privy to because maybe they don't get out of their little restaurant lobbying kind of realm and stuff. But hey, I probably patronize those restaurants more than anybody in the state of Louisiana, so I love those restaurants. Their meetings are not live streamed. They're also not recorded. That's probably a violation of the state body open meetings law. They need to put that stuff out there. Their April minutes are not even put up yet. So like they're a really opaque entity, and we need you guys to push on them to break that down. Because if you guys are the fiscal sponsor of them, right, if you're sort of like handling their money, then you got more power than maybe you're leaning into. People, the residents in the quarter, the bartenders in the quarter, the people who work there, they want cops on the beat. They don't want cameras in the sky. I walked by one of those bombs, supposedly, if it was, on New Year's Eve. And I pointed out to my friend, it looked weird. Now, if I was a cop on the beat, I might have done something about it. But actually, I just felt like, well, it's not mine, I'm not touching it, because that's my approach to people's stuff. Turns out it was the wrong person's wrong stuff. We need people getting out of their air-conditioned cars, getting out of their little computer screens, and getting out with the community. That's what people want them to spend their money on. That's what people talk about when they talk about public safety. And when we talk about subjects moved, whether you be busking, whether you be homeless, whether you have mental health crisis, we need mobile crisis response units teams out there, because I'm not convinced, not even disrespectful to police, I'm not convinced they're the most trained people to be dealing with all the folks that are around the quarter. We need other people paid with the same money, the $750.
Thank you, Mr. Riley. Ms. Smith.
Okay. I really appreciate the clarification about what the difference of the ordinance is. It would be great to have that information presented to everyone that was here this morning. I think the reality is that the information around this program, about the way that the French Quarter Management District utilizes its budget, all of this has been incredibly opaque and incredibly confusing. I'm an organizer, and I'm supposed to understand this information for our members who are incredibly concerned about this, and I'm having a hard time breaking down the difference in the ordinances. That's incredibly irresponsible from a standpoint of public safety. And if this is about public safety, the public needs to understand the programs that are happening. Because right now, the public is not in support of this. Our members, speaking as an organizer for the new Economic Justice Project, are not in support of this. I can tell you that right now. Those are your constituents, the people who voted you into office. They're not in support of it. We are in a budget crisis, as I'm gonna have to keep bringing up. As you know, your staffers know, this is not the utilization of funds. And I understand this isn't general fund money, but it is still money that the residents of the city are going to feel. Even if I, as a resident, I live in District A, I still go to the quarter. Everyone is going to go in the quarter at some point, whether you're a resident or a tourist. I'm going to feel the impact of this funding. I'm going to feel the impact of the way that this surveillance program will impact me, my life, and the way that we police in this city. And it's going to set a new precedent and a new norm. This also opens the door to what does this look like in other districts. We already have private security cameras in my neighborhood in District A. And I have no control over how that's managed, over who gets to record me when. We need to make sure that we're not setting a dangerous precedent of what it means to surveil in a city that's already over-policed and over-incarcerated. And I'm encouraging you to vote no to stop this precedent before it gets out of hand. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Anita, are there any online comments?
Yes, Councilmember, there's one online comment.
Can you please read that comment?
Sure. This is from Tiffany French. And she simply says, please do not give funding to drones for the police. They violate our privacy and are likely to be abused by federal agencies. That's it.
Thank you. Any further public comments? No. Any comments from the dais? Hearing none. Madam Clerk? Ready.
Can we get a second?
Well, I move, I'm sorry.
Second, Green.
Second, Councilman Green. Can we have a voice vote? All in favor? Aye. All opposed?
Nay.
4 yeas, 2 nays, 1 is absent. Can
We have to vote on both.
Yes. Make a motion. Yes, ma'am?
Y'all want to go one by one? Oh, okay.
We got 4.
All right.
On the first vote, for the record, we had 4 yeas, 2 nays, and those are appropriately accounted for. Go ahead, the second one.
You have me. Item 24, we have ordinance calendar 35,451 by Councilmember King by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 30,531 MCS as amended entitled, an ordinance providing an operating budget of expenditures for the city of New Orleans for the year 2026 to appropriate funds for the implementation of NOPD's A-District drone program within the French Quarters Economic Development District and otherwise to provide with respects thereto.
Make a motion to move.
Second.
Second by Councilmember Green. All in favor, please respond by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All in favor? Oh, I'm sorry, all opposed?
Nay.
4 yeas, 2 nays, 1 absent. Thank you.
Before we go to the next item, I want to take a moment of personal privilege. I do want to say that there has been quite a bit of chaos around today's agenda, and this council will do better as far as how we will explain to the public well in advance how we situate and sequence the items. But more importantly, I do believe, and we have heard you on some of the rather opaque practices of some of these organizations, and we will do our best, and we will actually engage with some of these organizations to get some clarity on this. I know I speak for myself and Councilmember Hughes yesterday when we were interacting with some of the affordable housing corporations, and we were trying to get just something that was not a term sheet, but an explanation of benefits. And it kind of created a lot of conflict in that instance too. And we were just talking a second ago, there is a disconnect between people who come here and make presentations in these very overly technical ways without discussing what the actual impact of those activities are on actual people. And we're going to do a better job of engaging with those groups that make presentations to say it's not enough to come here and just check the box that you said something. You really have to get into the weeds in ways that people, not just y'all, but the council can understand about what we are actually debating and what is in front of us so we can all make informed votes. So we hear what you're saying. We will work with all of you, including the people here today, to try and figure out how we can do a better job of doing that. So it is heard. We don't do I'll come out there and talk to you, but we don't. Okay. I'm not here to justify my vote to you, and you'll probably get that in discovery because you're suing us. But my point is, I'm talking today right now. What I'm talking about today is there are a lot of concerns with the practices, and a lot of concerns about how information is being distributed, and we're going to work on doing that better because today has been a bit more chaotic. And for those of you who've been here in council meetings, Bruce has been to many of them, today was especially chaotic versus how we normally do business. I would also like to add, we have a completely new, as you can see, voting system, which has also added element of chaos to how we do these things, but we're going to do better. Thank you.
Justify was the wrong word. I sincerely would like to hear your...
Completely out of order. Completely. The public deserves better.
I thought you offered me a one.
Completely out of order.
I'm sorry.
At the top of page 31, we have item 26, motion line over M26-229 by Councilmember Morrell. A motion directing the City Planning Commission to conduct a public hearing to consider amendments to ordinance number 4264, MCS as amended, the comprehensive zoning ordinance to amend all necessary articles to implement the findings of the transient lodging study with the specified modifications.
Thank you. We have a host of cards on this item, so I think we should probably start with that. Sorry, these are in order of when they were submitted. First, we have Jennifer Wickham. Hopefully I'm pronouncing that correctly. Jennifer Wickham. All right. She is not here. Oh, there you are. Okay, there you go. That pronounce your name?
Sorry, I was at the back. Yes, okay. You got my name right.
Okay.
I'm Jennifer Wickham. I live at 2927 St. Peter. I'm here as an architect with Workshop WD-40 at 701 Poydras. We're a small architecture and development firm, and we've been following this really closely from the beginning. We're participating in the study also. So we want to say thank you to the CPC and their staff for all the effort and the time to this, and thank you to the council members and their staff as this goes forward. I just wanted to point out or ask that the motion the CPC sent to you guys included the ask to coordinate with the Department of Safety and Permits and the State Fire Marshal before codifying new regulations related to hotels and STR. I know we're not at that point of codifying anything, but since that was omitted from the motion being voted on today, I wanted to reiterate the importance of that. I'm the one who spoke and had that added to the motion that CPC sent to you guys. I think a lot of what got us to where we are is this confusion about allowing single-family homes to be used as transient lodging, which is a commercial use without coordinating with the State Fire Marshal. We also have a lot of implementations at the state level of new codes, including just next week on July 1st. I know there's been a lot of new investment in safety and permits and a lot of change going on there, and especially with the new mayor. Really appreciate that. But I really think this is an opportunity to kind of reiterate that need and bring it into the two halves, the enforcement and the plan review. So if I just want to encourage you to use this to further focus on investing in the Department of Safety and Permits and in coordinating with the State Fire Marshal's office. Thanks.
Thank you. Before I get to the next speaker, I totally forgot I had some talking points I wanted to read. I might address some of your concerns. Okay. Nathan Chapman, you're up next. Before we get to that, I want to read these right quick. Just for the record, this proposed text amendment is the result of a multi-year process to comprehensively study and revise the laws impacting transient lodging uses. Today's motion is based on a report conducted by Desire Line and transmitted to the council earlier this year. The report provides an in-depth analysis of hotel-motel use, commercial short-term rentals, timeshares, and hostels. The council has spent the past several months reviewing the study and engaging with stakeholders, and we're ready to move forward with the next step in this multi-year process. Today's motion begins the process of changing the text of the CZO to incorporate the findings of the study. The CPC and its staff will now begin reviewing the study, and the motion we are considering today is to recommend final language to amend into the CZO. The CPC has 120 days to compile its report. Once published, the City Planning Commission will hold a public hearing to review that report. The commission then has 60 days to make final recommendations to the council. Once the CPC report with its recommendations are transmitted to the council will have 60 days to approve, disapprove, or otherwise modify the CPC recommendations by motion. There will be at least 2 more public hearings, one at the City Planning Commission and one before the council before the final passage of an ordinance. We are not discussing an ordinance today. After passing the motion, the council has 90 days to then pass an ordinance effectuating the changes ordained in that motion. We expect to have the new zoning laws in place within the next 9 to 12 months. We encourage the public to remain engaged with the City Planning Commission and the council, and to submit written feedback, provide public comments, and to attend the public hearings. Thank you. Mr. Chapman, followed by Nicole Weber.
Good afternoon.
I'm Nathan Chapman, 715 Ursuline, speaking on behalf today for VC Pora, the many decades-long watchdog for the French Quarter. As today's motion is so early in the process, we didn't ask our members and supporters to come today, but as president of VC Pora, I did want to take a moment to come offer some remarks on the record and for your consideration. I hope you would agree with me that the City of New Orleans arguably has no greater asset than our Vieux Carré. Is it imperfect? Yes, for sure it is. But does the French Quarter provide a cultural and vital economic boon for all of us? That is indisputable. So that's why I ask all of you and everyone in this city to stand up and protect our French Quarter. The motion today directs the City Planning Commission to consider commercial short-term rentals in, and I'm quoting, the VCE1 zoning district, taking into account the extensive public interest in the use permissions in this district, the commercial nature of the district, and its similarity to the VCE zoning district. First, I want to say the data underlying these recommendations remain seriously flawed. Gambit recently called its conclusions dubious. The Desireline study undercounted French Quarter hotels. It failed to analyze the actual room accounts. Any study that suggests the French Quarter transient lodging impacts are comparable to Gentilly Terrace or Algiers Point could make us laugh, but I hope it makes you pause. The study suggested that we treat VCE1, now that's the area around the House of Blues, the same as VCE, which is the commercial part of Bourbon Street. They are not the same. VCE1 was created in the 1990s, and I was right here with your predecessors. It's very different. People live in VCE1. You know, the French Quarter is too valuable to put it at risk.
Nicole Weaver.
Good afternoon, Nicole Weber, 2131 Bienville Street. I am here on behalf as a paid consultant for the Greater New Orleans Hotel Lodging Association, as well as New Orleans and Company. I want to thank council staff and the council members for going through this transient lodging study. I know y'all have a lot of fires that you have to put out regularly, but this is an important part of our development in the city and obviously how it affects residents. Just a few comments, and I know this is going to be a long process, and we're participating in that process, but just wanted to get on the record. We are concerned about a note on density caps on hotels. We feel that hotels are essentially really the standard for transient lodging, and that someone has to be on site 24/7. This is an easily enforceable regulation. If someone's not there, the property has to be re-inspected and cited. And so therefore density caps are something that we are concerned about. In terms of the small versus large hotel, it's a discussion that we want to continue to have. We don't want to see small hotel or neighborhood hotel definition being abused by would-be commercial short-term rentals. Eliminating commercial short-term rentals, new commercial short-term rentals would be ideal, except for instances where it can be utilized in order to revitalize areas like Canal Street and to allow for development in certain areas. Really, that is all that I wanted to say, so I'll just let you get back to your time and give you the 30 seconds back. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any online comments? There are not. All right. With that, I will move on said motion. Second by Councilmember Willard. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, it is approved. Thank you. Sorry. Add Councilmember Hughes.
We've got 6 yeas, no nays.
6 yeas. Thank you.
At the bottom of the page, item 27, motion M26-242 has been deferred to the meeting of 7/23. On page 24, at the top of page 24, we have item 5, legislative group and zoning docket 3726, city council motion number 2663, requesting a text amendment to Article 19 of the comprehensive zoning ordinance to create a new interim zoning district to be named the Data Center Interim Zoning District for the purpose of prohibiting issuance of an occupational license or other permit, the operation or otherwise permit the operation of data centers citywide. The recommendation of the CPC being for approval. We have motion M26-264 by council members Morrell and Hughes requesting and approving the applicant's request for zoning docket 3726.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Councilmember. This is an interim zoning district, a temporary set of zoning regulations that prohibits data centers from being developed anywhere in the city. This was originally proposed by you as a council a few months ago alongside a request for the City Planning Commission to study regulations affecting data centers. As a temporary set of regulations, it has to be considered by the Planning Commission, and so it went before the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission agrees entirely that, while we are considering whether and where and how to allow data centers in the city, there should not be, there should be a pause on development of data centers. And so the Planning Commission endorses that. The one fairly minor edit they made was to insert a definition that pulls from some of the research we've done to date and is pretty consistent with what we've seen used across the board. But otherwise, the Planning Commission is entirely supportive and recommends approval.
Okay, thank you. Just for those people, the 10 people watching online. To be clear, what we're voting on today, Council, is an extension of the interim zoning district prohibiting data centers while CPC works the process of defining what they are and what the city's process will be going forward if we decide to approve any version of a data center. So that's what we're voting on today. In favor, but not here is Bruce Riley. In opposition to banning data centers is Mr. Gary Crockett. I will move, seconded by Councilmember Hughes. Is there any online comments? I'm sorry, Anita. Okay. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, we have 6 yeas and no nays. It is approved.
At the bottom of the page, item 7, zoning docket 3826 is deferred past deadline. At the top of page 25, at the top of page 27, we have item 14, legislative group and zoning docket 5126, 709 Jackson Avenue, LLC, requesting a conditional use to permit a hotel in an HUMU historic urban neighborhood mixed-use district on square 73, lots 12 A and B in the 4 municipal district bounded by Jackson Avenue and Chippewa Street, Annunciation, and Josephine Streets. Municipal address 709 Jackson Avenue. The recommendation of the CPC being for approval with 3 provisos. We have motion M26-259 by Councilmember Harris, approving, importing, modifying the first proviso recommended by the CPC for the applicant's request for zoning docket 5126.
Thank you. CPC, will you brief us on your report?
Yes, thank you, Council Member. This affects a former 19th century synagogue that's located on Jackson in that mixed-use stretch between Tchoupitoulas and Magazine that also features the former Sarah Mayo Hospital, churches, Turkey and the Wolf Restaurant, and the like. So certainly a mixed-use district. This is a building that was adaptively reused as apartments more than 10 years ago and more recently has been used as commercial short-term rentals. The proposal now is for it to be used as a hotel. So that is, in some sense, perhaps a safer alternative to short-term rentals because it requires on-site management all the time, consistent with that past use, consistent with the purpose of the zoning district to accommodate a range of uses, and so the Planning Commission is supportive of the proposal.
Thank you. We agree with CPC that this is a better use of this property, having 24-hour on-site supervision, and so, Rebecca, do you want to make a comment? She's in support. I move. Seconded by Councilmember McCarron. All in favor?
Aye.
6 yeas. Thank you.
Sorry, just to be clear, that was 5 yeas, no nays, correct? Thank you.
At the bottom of the page, item 16, zoning docket 5226 has been deferred to the meeting of July 9th. On page 28, we have item 17, property disposition 126 has been deferred to the meeting of 8/6. Item 18, legislative grouping, ordinance calendar 34,385, along with motions lying over M23-426 and M23-427 has been deferred to the meeting of July 9th. On page 29, item 21, ordinance calendar 35,117 has been deferred to the meeting of July 9th. Item 22, ordinance calendar 35,384 has been deferred to the meeting of July 9th. At the bottom of page 30, we have item 25, ordinance calendar 35,456 by Councilmember Hughes. An ordinance to amend and reordain section 10-52, 14-1, 30-69, 66-176, 110-46, and 110-259 of the Code of the City of New Orleans to prohibit the issuance of a special event permit if the property on which the event is to occur is delinquent in the payment of property tax, administrative judgment fines, or municipal liens, and otherwise to provide with respects thereto.
Well, thank you, Madam Clerk. You know, when I ran for this seat, I repeatedly said enough is enough. Enough of our neighborhoods being asked to live with blight, enough of neglectful property owners failing to meet their obligations while still finding ways to profit from the very conditions our residents have had to endure. This ordinance comes from a problem we've seen repeatedly in District E, and after speaking with my colleagues' offices, we know this is not limited to one district. Across our city, there are commercial properties sitting with outstanding taxes, cold judgment fines, or municipal liens, while owners are still able to lease those properties out for special events and generate revenue. That should not be the business model in our neighborhoods. This legislation begins to close that gap before a special event permit is issued for a property that does not already have an occupational license. This ordinance will require the city to confirm that the property is clear of outstanding property taxes, final administrative judgments, and municipal liens. This is not about stopping events or discouraging commerce. It's about making sure commerce is tied to responsibility. If a commercial property owner wants to profit from activity in our communities, that owner should also meet their obligations to the city and to the residents who live with the impact of that property every day. This ordinance is one more step toward moving properties from blight and neglect into responsible ownership, active commerce, and real development that benefits our communities. With that, I respectfully ask for your favorable passage. Any comments from the dais? If not, I will I'm sorry, Councilmember McCarron.
I just want to thank you for bringing this, and I'd like to have my name added.
All of us.
I think everyone wants to be added. And thank you, Madam. Thank you, Councilmember McCarron. With that, I will move adoption. Second by Council Vice President Willard. All in favor, please respond by aye. Aye. All opposed? 6 yeas, no nays, and that carries. Thank you, colleagues.
At the top of page 32, we have item 28, motion M26-251 by Councilmember McCarron, tabulating the vote cast for and against the Upper Hurstville Security District proposition in the election held on Saturday, May 16, 2026. Votes for, 221. Votes against, 98. Total votes, 319. Majority of votes for.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Members, this is just tabulating this vote for this Upper Hurstville. If there are no questions, I move to approve motion number M26-251. Can I get a second? Seconded by Councilmember Hughes. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, that's 7 yeas, 0 nays. Item 29, motion M26-252 by Councilmember Hughes, tabulating the votes cast for and against the Castle Manor Improvement District proposition in the election held on Saturday, May 16, 2026. Votes for, 76. Votes against, 377. Total votes, 453. Majority of the votes against.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I would move adoption. Second by Councilmember McCarron. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? 7 yeas, no nays, motion carries. Thank you.
On page 34, we have item 33, Resolution R-26-258 by Councilmember McCarron. A resolution in order directing supplemental filings and extending the procedural schedule established in Resolution R-26-150, docket UD 2402. There is an amendment to this resolution. An amendment to Resolution R-26-258 to extend the deadline for comments on Together New Orleans' proposed modifications to the Distributed Energy Resource Program to July 20th, 2026. Can we get a motion to receive?
Motion. Seconded by Councilmember Harris.
Aye.
All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
A vote to add.
I'll vote, motion, move to add.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, 7 yeas, 0 nays.
We could vote on the resolution. If you won't speak on it.
Yeah, I'll just say a few things. This resolution serves to modify the Neighborhood Power Plan, or DER, docket procedural schedule to allow Entergy New Orleans to submit adequate supplemental information requested by the council. The modified procedural schedule directs that by July 6, 2026, ENO, Entergy New Orleans, is directed to file with the council supplemental details to address inadequacies in its May 26, 2026 supplemental filing to the proposed DER plan. By July 20th, 2026, all parties shall file comments addressing the proposed plan and the supplemental filing. And then by August 6th, the council advisors shall file a report addressing ENO's proposed plan, the supplemental filings, Together New Orleans' proposed substantive modifications, and comments received addressing each. The hearing officer shall certify the record not later than August 20th, 2026. And the amendment clarifies that the deadline for all parties to file comments is July 20th, 2026. So if there's no questions from the dais, do we have any public comment online? Okay. I'll move to approve Resolution R-26-258 as amended, seconded by Councilmember
First, the resolution. We vote on the resolution.
Yes, on the resolution, yes. Okay, I moved and Councilmember Harris seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? 7 yeas, no nays.
And then the resolution as amended.
Okay, I move to vote on the resolution as amended. Can I get a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Hughes. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, 7 yeas, 0 nays. Thank you.
On page 35, we have item 35, motion M-26-266 has been deferred to the meeting of 7/9. On page item 36, we have motion M-26-267 by Councilmember Morrell, authorizing the President of Council to sign a contract with Granicus for a period not to exceed 1 year beginning March 1st, 2026 through February 28, 2027, with a maximum compensation of $124,713.59 to provide a turnkey, comprehensive, scalable, and flexible agenda preparation and document management system, along with an internet video and meeting management solutions for the city of New Orleans.
Thank you. This is the contract that deals with Granicus that provides the software used for our voting machines as well as for transmitting these meetings to the public. As you can see, as we've implemented the new Granicus programming, it is a trial by fire. We're learning it through the course of using it, but it is over time going to lead to much better recording and results as far as votes being tabulated, as well as improving the quality of our video presentation of those people who want to watch our meetings live or watch them in the future. So I will move that we, thank you, seconded by Council Vice President Willard. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, it is approved.
At the bottom of the page, we have motion M-26-268 by Councilmember Harris, directing the City Planning Commission to conduct a public hearing to consider a text amendment to amending figure 17-2 and 17-3 to limit the allowable height to 35 feet for The property located on Square 26 in the First Municipal District bounded by Convention Center Boulevard, Gianni Street, South Peter Street, and John Churchill Chase Street. Municipal address 350 John Churchill Chase Street, commonly known as Mississippi River Heritage Park.
Thank you, CPC.
Is a piece of legislation that affects the park that is right next to the proposed Omni Hotel. That park is allowed essentially unlimited building height. There's no hard height limit. There's something called floor area ratio that controls how much building you can put on it, but essentially you can build a very tall building on it. That, of course, doesn't make a lot of sense given that it's a park, and so what this would do is change the height for that property to bring it down to a normal height restriction for a park.
And this is a study that CPC will make in a recommendation.
That's correct. It'll go to city planning within the next 2 months and then come back before you as council.
Okay, and this essentially will protect the park from any building on it?
That is correct.
Okay. 2 comment cards, Donna Marshall and Becca Geiger. Rebecca doesn't want to say anything. Donna Marshall is opposed.
No, sorry, I was going to say Donna's not here anymore. I do want to speak.
Becca?
Sure. Good afternoon. Becca Geiger, 800 Barone Street with Sherman Strategies. We're in support of this motion. Throughout all of our neighborhood engagement on this Omni project, one thing was very clear. Mississippi River Heritage Park is vital to the nearby neighbors and the greater community. The project was redesigned to move completely off the park. The project proposed today does not take any portion of the park beyond the fence, and this motion continues to protect that by giving it the lowest limit height allowed in the CBD and away from the FAR 12 that Stephen spoke about. This greater aligns it with all the other green spaces within the CBD and is, we feel, appropriate, and we are in support. Thank you.
Thank you, I appreciate it. I will move. Can I get a second?
Second.
Seconded by Council Vice President Hughes. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. It's been a long day. Willard, Lewis, Hughes, Huey Lewis in the news. All in favor?
Aye.
5 yeas, 6 yeas. Any nays? No nays.
Recess.
At this time, I'll move the council. Wait, I'm sorry, do you have your hand up for a reason? Ma'am?
I got it.
Did you want to speak on an item? Okay.
What is it?
Which item were you speaking on?
I want to ask about item number 10. I'm sorry, my name is Sheman Grant Saloy with Audubon Nature Institute. And we have calendar number 35,455.
Did he push on that?
Did I?
Yeah. Councilman King isn't here right now. We're not adjourning the meeting. We're going to recess. We will re-adjourn probably in the next hour. So I'm sure there's somebody from Councilman King's staff who will come talk to you about that item. Okay?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Do we need a vote?
I will move that we go into recess, seconded by Councilmember Willard. And all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, we are recessed for the moment.